or numbers indicate how this program has been very interesting and important for the internationalization of our UFRJ. We have already been able to hold international actions with 285 foreign institutions in 31 countries, aiming to build and consolidate partnerships in a wide network of academic cooperation abroad. Throughout 5 years of the development of this program, we forecast 1,300 international scholarships, 76% outwards and 24 for inward mobility. In addition to that, resources will be invested in missions abroad, 400 and odd trips carried out by the faculty of the postgrad courses for technical and consolidation visits of these partnerships. The pandemic, of course, has had great impact on the planning of our print, which led to the cancellation and change of some of the actions by our teachers and students, professors and students. But for those who were able to travel, important contributions were brought home for the UFRJ research and teaching institutions, and we will hear about them in the panels that will be presented in today's event. So we hope that tomorrow these exchanges be more and more frequent, and that together we can take Brazil to the best level of development possible, which naturally must involve much more investment in education, research, and innovation. I will now invite Professor Heloísa, International Relations Director of CAPES. Heloísa, good afternoon. Thank you for being here in a tribute to our event. Thank you, Denise. Good afternoon, all colleagues at UFRJ, students, visiting professors, and administrative technicians. It's a pleasure to be here sharing this moment with you, a very important moment for the dissemination of the greatest internationalization policy of CAPES in the last few years. If we're thinking of desirable tomorrows, print is my desire that it has a second, third edition, because I think it is extremely contemporary in its proposal. If we're talking about, if we're talking today, as you said, about tomorrows with scenarios where borders are no longer so important within this scientific design, institutional internationalization policies go far beyond the internationalization practiced within postgrad programs, which were very internationalized themselves within UFRJ, through the identification of the themes of interest of the institution, which go into their strategic themes, and CAPES transfers the management of these resources to the institution itself. I think we are leaping into another development paradigm for research, because then research is able, or surveys can be better mapped by the institution as a whole. And I see this grow a lot in the last 2 years at UFRJ, with the institution of the Internationalization Support Office, with many faculty members, many areas of knowledge. And I think that is what we wish for tomorrow, a vibrating institution with its conquests and working in an articulate way. I have a small presentation just to bring you a bit of context of what we're talking about today. I'd just like to share it with you now briefly.
Muito bem. Então,
right. So, once again, introducing myself, my name is Heloísa. I'm at DRI CAPES, and I am fortunate to be accompanying this UFRJ project since 2019, from the second semester, when it started to become reality. I think it's important that we reflect on these 21st century competencies, which is critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration. This is all reflected in the print management group. The attributions of this management group is to diagnose what is happening, what can be improved, and creativity to overcome situations such as, for example, the lockdown, which hindered us from moving, and scientific collaboration and communication, above all, the awareness, because today we are responsible for graduating in extension courses of a whole society which moves around an institution. So by disseminating the great actions by print at this and many other events, you create the necessary curiosity in order for us to always have motivated, creative people moving in, always wishing to do more for their country. This is information sheet 41, which the call sheet. In this program called for an alteration in the foment politics ad caps, and led to 40 institutions to be selected. In the end, only 36 were mature enough internationally to deal or to handle this very challenging policy. So we have structured here a few monitoring actions through manuals, guidebooks, guidelines, 2 workshops, and we currently have a record system for this information, PTI, which will help towards internal and external diagnostics, which can be a very important element when the time comes to renewal at the end of this year, 2021, of these very ambitious projects. So, as we know, there were 36 institutions. In terms of, there were 86 partner countries with their candidates, 197 strategic themes, and at that point in time, 1,302 foreign institutions were mapped. We know by experience that this is a dynamic process, and it is up to each one of us to define if we maintain, extend, or even reduce the amount of partners at the end of these the years of the execution of this very long project. These are the scholarships we have abroad, the traditional ones, doctorate sandwich, visiting teacher, senior and junior. And what I like a lot are the capacity building courses for technical teams, project technical teams, or institutional teams. And what we call at internationalization at home, we have the visiting professors, young talents, and postdoctorate students, which can be Brazilian students with foreign experience, in order for actually, at the end of last year, CAPS launched the CAPS Talento app for scholarship members who had international experiences could register their curriculums and be invited to take part in selection processes within these 2 modes through print, non-print, and productive sector modes or institutions, if you will. Now, through print, we hope that Brazilian researchers with their institution have a mission that goes beyond their personal path. So, in other words, that it makes a difference in this international context, extending the partnership of colleagues with their collaboration networks. For that, we encourage work missions to be held so that international collaboration be coordinated, even in today's pandemic environment, and especially that Brazilian research be solidified, if you will, within an international radar vis-a-vis production impact. Just to give you an idea, I have 3 panels here. Currently, for internal consumption, as we say, they were devised to be guidelines for decision making by CAPS board. Here you have a mobility scenario in 2019, 2010 total scholarships awarded with all developed country. The main target country in terms of visibility was the USA, then UK, France, following on, as you can see by the graph. In 2020, we had 2,867 scholarships awarded. And now we see this context again with the US in print, US being the main target of the student and researcher mobility. And lastly, in 2021, these are data to March. We did not have mobility in April. We already have 932 new scholarships within print out of those that were indicated in the last windows for last year. We hope to resume this soon. Brazil, obviously, being a major area of multiple interests, and hopefully this will allow professors such as you show today may participate coming from your countries and helping to transform the UFRJ into an ever more international environment. Thank you very much, and I'll take your questions, or I'm available for questions. Professor Denise's microphone. Yes, her microphone is closed. I love doing that. I do that all the time. Thank you, Eloisa, for your presentation. We hope that UFRJ, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, be more and more within the print program, sending its students abroad and working with students and professors from abroad so we can work on more missions within the project. Because as I said at the beginning, science, art, and culture are in themselves, in their essence, international. So we have to open up to the world. We have no borders or barriers. That is the idea. We must open up to the world more and more because problems are global. They're no longer territorial. The virus, I mean, need I say more? What can be more global than this virus? Problems are more and more global, and so must solutions be. So this is, we are able to institutionalize, which used to be very restricted and pulverized. So that is the idea here. Thank you very much, Eloisa. I can pass the floor to any of the members present, because after this will be Professor Apostilis. Would any of those present like to contribute a comment, question to Professor Eloisa? This can all be done at the end as well. When I end the first part of the session, this session will be in two parts. The first part, where Professor Eloisa spoke, then Professor Apostilis will speak. Then we have the part dedicated to the students. So I'm going to speak in English a bit now to introduce our visitor, Professor Apostilis Koutinas.
Keynote conference of this session. He is a chemical engineer in the University of Patras, Greece, with a PhD in biochemical engineering in UNTREF, United Kingdom. He is currently associated professor at the Department of Food Science and Human Nutrition at the Agricultural University of Athens, Greece. His research focuses on bioprocess and biorefinery development, including process design and sustainability analysis. Professor Apostilis will talk about the sustainable production of bio-based chemicals and polymers, and will be only achieved through the development of innovative biorefinery concepts. So, dear Apostilis, the audience is with you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let me share my screen. So, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Apostilis Koutinas, and I would like to thank the organizing committee of the Desirable Tomorrows, and in particular Professor Denise Freire, with who we have a long collaboration in research innovation, in different research innovation actions, some of which I'm going to present today. As mentioned by Denise, I'm working as Associate Professor at the Agricultural University of Athens in Greece, focusing on biorefinery development that recently has been integrated in the bioeconomy era, and also in the circular bioeconomy or the circular economy, focusing on separation of value-added co-products by process development using renewable resources for the production of platform chemicals and biopolymers, and also on process design, techno-economic evaluation, and life cycle assessment. If you would like to read an overview of my research, you can look at the Chemical Society Review paper published in 2014. Actually, what I would like to present today is actually the problems that are faced in our society. I think that this figure here presents exactly the problem we're facing. This presents the commodity price index during the 20th century and during the two first decades of the 21st century. And we can see here that in the 20th century, we ended up with a very good lifestyle because actually commodity prices were in a constant reduction during the whole 20th century. And actually, during the 21st century, there was a turning point in the price trend. And you can see that during the first 10 years of the first 10 years of the 21st century, all this reduction that was achieved during the 20th century, it was actually no longer present. This actually was created because resources are increasingly linked, and the volatility of different resources have developed increasingly tight links in the last 20 years. Furthermore, more and more middle-class consumers are entering the market, demanding for more products, and also this is the time that the demand is increasing, but the finding new resources is not always as frequent as it was several years ago. So this has created a competition, and this needs innovation in order to create a desirable future, actually. Now I would like to present some of the problems that we need to solve. We are aware that traditional fermentation processes, industrial bioprocesses, cannot compete with petrochemical production prices. In order to illustrate this problem, I would like to present these slides that actually shows what we did actually in the graph in the left-hand side. We searched the literature and we identified different process design and techno-economic evaluations of chemical production via fermentation. And what we saw that there is a relationship between the fixed capital investment per liter installed bioreactor capacity as related to bioreactor total installed capacity that you can see in the x-axis. And you can see that the relationship between the fixed capital investment per liter installed bioreactor capacity with bioreactor total installed capacity is actually related to the annual production capacity, and the higher the production capacity, the lower actually the fixed capital investment per liter. That's why we have selected the lowest ratio of fixed capital investment per liter in stored bioreactor capacity, which is actually the ethanol production studied by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the US. Now, we have created the figure in the right-hand side, where we have used the three basic parameters that decide the process efficiency of a fermentation process, the efficiency of a fermentation process. This is conversion yield from the carbon source into a chemical product, the productivity, the final product concentration, and also the unitary raw material cost. So we have created these different curves here, where the cost of manufacture was calculated by taking into consideration the cost of raw materials, the fixed capital investment, and excluding the cost of utilities, cost of wastewater treatment, and cost of operating labor in order to simplify this equation. And the cost of manufacture was that is actually close to $1 per kilogram was used as a target, because this actually defines a petrochemical commodity product, so that to see how easy it is to create a fermentation process to produce actually a commodity fermentation, a commodity chemical. What we found out from this very simple study is that in order to get a cost of manufacture of $1 per kilogram, we need to achieve at least 2.5 grams per liter per hour of productivity, a concentration of 50 grams per liter, and a theoretical yield of at least 80%, a practical yield of at least 80% of the theoretical. In this case, we have not taken into consideration a more expensive chemical production plant produced by fermentation. We have not taken into consideration cost of utilities, cost of operating labor, cost of wastewater treatment. So actually, this is a really demanding starting point in order to create a profitable fermentation process. That's why we need to develop biorefineries. The only way to one of the targets in order to overcome this problem is to develop biorefineries using crude renewable sources that could be, for instance, side streams such as waste and byproducts from food processing industry, liquors from the pulp and paper industry, side streams by diesel production and bioethanol production industry, different industrial sectors in general, as well as third generation biomass like the micro biomass, extract value-added co-products, using the carbohydrates to run the fermentation, and then separate the product into different bio-based products that would be either replace directly existing petrochemical products or provide functional products with improved properties and are actually superior to their petrochemical counterparts. The problem, though, is that we have to take into consideration the life cycle of different industrial sectors. In this figure here, you can see the life cycle of food supply chains, where we have the agricultural production, the food processing, transportation, the storage, the consumption, the end of life. So one of the problems we're facing today is that this value chains is actually linear. So we have, first of all, to take into consideration what side streams we can use from these supply chains in order to use as feedstock for the bioeconomy, and also create circular approaches. So create the processing that is not longer directed into a linear fashion, but create processing that actually is focusing on a circular fashion. And this is actually these two aspects that I'm going to mention in the next slides. First of all, one of our research focus is actually to identify where these feedstocks are available. So, for instance, you can see here the geographical distribution of sugar beet pulp, which is actually the byproduct that remains after sugar extraction from sugar beet, and the organic fraction of municipal solid waste collected at municipalities and separated and used nowadays for the production of compost. Our target, though, is to utilize both of them for added value applications in the bioeconomy era. And you can see actually that the organic fraction of municipal solid waste is distributed at very high quantities all around Europe. And in this case, we have used as the bottom line as 100,000 tons of carbohydrate content in this municipal solid waste organic fraction, because then it will be easy to develop fermentation plants with the production capacity for specific platform chemicals and biopolymers that would be profitable. And you can see that in several European countries, we can develop such biorefineries utilizing the organic fraction of municipal solid waste for the production of platform chemicals and biopolymers. Furthermore, in the case of sugar beet pulp, this will be feasible in several countries, but in not all of them. Actually, Brazil is a country that can provide a much higher opportunity for different resources. So these studies will be much more promising as compared to the European Union. One of the case studies that I would like to present is actually what happens with a biorefining development scenario using the organic fraction from municipal solid wastes. In this case, the organic fraction of municipal solid waste contains lipids and fats, proteins, pectins, and also carbohydrates. So in the project we are participating, we are using the proteins and lipids in order to produce biosurfactants. We are using the pectins through enzymatic hydrolysis to separate galacturonic acid. And we are using enzymes in order to break down, to hydrolyze starch, cellulose, and hemicellulose in a bi-waste hydrolysate. This hydrolysate is used by fermentation to produce succinic acid, which is a well-known and promising platform chemical in the bioeconomy era. However, the novelty we're introducing in this project is we're integrating the fermentation with an electrolysis cell. We're actually recycling the fermentation broth through the cathode compartment, while the acid is separating in the anode compartment. This will result in improving fermentation efficiency because we're separating the organic acid from the fermentation. We'll have cell rotation in the fermentation broth. We'll have also extraction of organic acid simultaneously with production, reduction of sodium hydroxide requirements, because actually while we're removing the organic acids, we have hydroxide ions produced that are used to control the fermentation period. And we are extracting the succinic acid in a concentrated solution in the anode compartment that simplifies downstream processing. You can see in this graph, for instance, the downstream separation of succinic acid that is based on centrifugation to remove the cells, on activated carbon to remove the color, on ion exchange resins to remove all the other ions, evaporation to concentrate the acid, remove the acetic acid, the formic acid during fermentation, and then the crystallization in order to purify the succinic acid crystals. However, by using electrochemical cell, we can replace actually the chemicals and the energy utilized in the downstream states via steam consumption, for instance, only with electricity. So this creates a scenario which is exactly the same situation we're facing with the trend of replacing petrol and diesel with electricity in cars. You can see, for instance, here a techno-economic and life cycle assessment of this process, where we have used two scenarios. One scenario, we're using an engineered yeast, Aerobia lipolytica, in the conventional process, the one we're using chemicals and steam for evaporation. and the second scenario, where we're using the electrochemical cell. You can see here that when you're using the biorefinery or no biorefinery, by running the techno-economic evaluation, we can find out at which capacity, production capacity, we reach a plateau. So we can find out the minimum capacity, succintic acid annual production capacity that reaches the lowest cost of manufacture. This is also related to fixed capital investment and also minimum fixed requirement, because based on this indicator, we can calculate what is the minimum feedstock requirement that we need to produce the respective succintic acid production capacity. So we know whether in a specific region or country, based on the geographic distribution that I presented before, whether the development of such a biorefinery is feasible. We can see in either scenarios, the minimum selling price of succintic acid production is always lower when we're using a biorefinery approach. So this means biorefining is the coin of success, and the introduction of electricity. You can see here scenario 1 and scenario 2 using electricity from the grid, and scenario 1 and scenario 2 using renewable energy, produced by different ways of renewable energy production. You can see that when we're using a biorefinery with electrochemical cell and renewable electricity, the life cycle, the global warming potential and the abiotic depletion potentials becomes really low. And this is actually without having optimized the process yet. But this shows what is the real contribution of introducing electricity consumption for downstream separation rather than conventional downstream separation approaches. Especially you can see that in the fermentation, the recovery, the global warming potential is really low, while it is still high in the pretreatment of the organic fraction of municipal solid waste, where electricity has not been introduced. Another example that I would like to present is actually a case study that it's actually our collaboration with Professor Denise Freire and the Petrobras through Dr. Aline Castro, where we isolated different microorganisms from the Agricultural University of Athens. One of these was Klebsiella michiganensis, to use crude side streams produced by Petrobras, for instance, crude glycerol produced by biodiesel production plants. We have also isolated microorganisms such as Enterobacter ludwigi that can consume sugars and also hemicellulose hydrolysates, and for the production of either 2,3-butanediol or methylethyl ketone. Actually, this strain is very efficient at crude glycerol production, different type of purities produced either from vegetable oils or from mixtures of vegetables, oils, and tallow fats. What we have carried out is we have combined fermentation results with conceptual process design in order to evaluate what is the optimal way of producing 2,3-butanediol or methylethyl ketone. And actually, we have reached the conclusion that by producing 2,3-butanediol by fermentation and converting 2,3-butanediol into methylethyl ketone without separating the diol from the fermentation broth, then we can reach a profitable scenario where after optimization, we will be able to produce methylethyl ketone at competitive prices with the market price of the conventional petrochemical counterpart. The third example I would like to present, this is the last one, is actually the production of biopolymers. Nowadays, there is a big discussion of replacing petroleum-derived polymers with biopolymers. This is actually a significant problem, but what is the ideal way of producing biopolymers? This study focused on the production of PBS. This is polybutylene succinate produced from bio-based succinic acid and bio-based 1,4-butanediol. We can produce succinic acid and BDO via fermentation by using commercial glucose derived from corn, agricultural residues such as corn stover, and actually also sugar beet pulp. So we have compared 3 different feedstocks, and in the case of sugar beet pulp, we have integrated the extraction of pectin that is contained in 30% content, and this can be a very important product. So we have compared a biorefinery concept with 2 bioprocesses, actually. We did bioprocess design, and we have identified different indicators, like the optimum plant capacity, which is the capacity where the lowest fixed capital investment, cost of manufacture, and minimum selling price achieved. We have estimated the discounted payback period and also the minimum feedstock capacity requirements. After that, what we did, because it is important nowadays to assess not only the techno-economic potential, but also the sustainability potential. So instead of conducting separate techno-economic evaluation and life cycle assessment, we nowadays conduct life cycle costing, where we calculate different indicators of environmental impact, and then we convert them into monetary values, so that by summing up the environmental cost externalities with the cost of manufacture, the cost of the externalities with the minimum selling price, then we can calculate the life cycle cost. And this is very interesting because, as you can see from the results, this shows the cost of externalities and this shows the life cycle cost. This is the petrochemical counterpart of polybutylene succinate, which is general purpose polystyrene. This is PBS produced from glucose, PBS produced from corn stover, and PBS produced from sugar beet pulp. And we can see that the life cycle cost of sugar beet pulp is the lowest when we are using a biorefinery scenario, but in the other cases, when we're using glucose and corn stover, then the life cycle cost of these 2 processes is always higher than general purpose polystyrene. This does not include, though, the recirculation, the end of life. But based on the processing, this is an important outcome. We can even reduce the processing costs by using a byproduct of the food industry. So you can see here the Monte Carlo simulations of when the process becomes profitable, which means when the net present value becomes positive. And always the net present value, when we consider a market price of PBS equal to the general purpose polystyrene, which is 1.47 euros per kilogram, we can see this can never be achieved with glucose and corn stover hydrolysis. But this can be achieved with a refinery scenario where pectin is extracted at $3 per kilogram, for instance. And now I would like to present the final way to develop the bioeconomy, which is the recirculation. As I mentioned earlier, we should convert linear value chains into circular loops, which is actually what we do. We have to, after the consumption stage, instead of sending everything and material into the landfill and energy recovery, we have to take into consideration whether you can reuse or we can recycle the waste that is produced. So this creates a very complicated problem. You can see here what is the current scenario. Using different raw materials, which is the biomass actually, having the process stage, the upstream stage, where is the feedstock refining, the production stage, which is the fermentation for the conversion of the carbohydrates into the polymer or the chemical product, the separation on the downstream stage, the manufacturing of the final, let's say, the polymer formulation, and the plastic product using and non-recyclable disposal. In this case, however, which is the future, after the use stage, we have to take consideration whether we're going to use mechanical recycling, energy recycling for anaerobic digestion or incineration, composting, or other end-of-life options. For instance, the chemical recycling, which is actually producing the monomer from the polymer and using the monomer for secondary uses. You can see here the type of recirculation we can have, which can be energy recycling back into the process, recycling material back to the manufacturing stage, and composting or digest state back to the cultivation stage. So we can see that this scenario is the future and requires significant research in order to optimize optimal scenarios for different processes. Now I would like to present the previous collaboration with the research groups at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. I was awarded a special visiting researcher fellowship from 2014 until 2017 under the Brazilian Scientific Mobility Project, Ciências and Fronteiras, that took place in LABIM, the research group of Professor Denise Freire. During this time, from 2013 and 2018, I collaborated with Denise in a project funded by Petrobras in identifying microorganisms and using raw materials available for Petrobras for the production 1,3-propanediol, 1,3-butanediol, and fumaric acid. I presented one example on the production of 2,3-butanediol, which was actually the most successful example. We have already also collaborated with Denise in enzymatic biocatalysis, in combining bioconversion with microbial bioconversion with enzymatic biocatalysis. And we introduced some papers for the first time of producing microbial oil by using oleaginous microorganisms and using enzymes, lipase, produced by Denise's lab for the production of different type of esters for different applications. We have produced more than 20 scientific publications in peer-reviewed scientific journals, some of them very high impact factor publications like in Bioresource Technology, in Biochemical Engineering Journal, Industrial Crops and Products, and ACF Sustainable Chemistry and Engineering. And also, we had more than 12 students and member of staff exchange for research activities and also meetings between the Agricultural University of Athens and the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. I actually consider the future as a better opportunity because we can create collaboration in nanomaterials, biopolymers, process circulation, biorefinery development, extraction of value-added products, metabolic engineering, biorefinery design, and sustainability assessment and enzymatic biocatalysis. So, I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to thank the organizing committee of Desirable Tomorrows, and I'm open to ask any questions, to answer any questions.
Thank you, Professor Apostilis, for the amazing conference. It's very interesting to see the technical economic proof of concept and the sustainability inside the green chemistry context and biorefineries. Fantastic. I would like to have two questions for you. Okay, I think that about what are the prospects of biorefinery development for the production of bio-based chemicals and polymers as compared to conventional fossil-based counterparts? That's the first one. The second one is conventional industrial process for the production of bio-based chemicals and polymers are not cost competitive in general. How can we improve their sustainability with biorefinery concept and circular process development? This is the two questions, okay?
Yeah. Actually, besides technology development, which is a chemical or biochemical conversion of biomass into different products, we need to approach the value chain or the circular loop with the different aspects. So first of all, we have the raw material. Each country should identify which raw material are available for the production of co-products and chemical products and polymers. So the geographic distribution of raw material availability is important in order to identify which kind of feedstocks are available. Then we should focus on refining the components in these feedstocks in order to take advantage of the full potential of the biomass resources in order to produce co-products. For instance, biomass contains proteins, contains bioactive compounds, contains oils and fats, contains pectins. All of these can be used for the production of food, of feed, of chemicals and polymers. So beside the main product, which would be a platform chemical or a biopolymer, we should develop the expertise on the integrated conversion of components into value-added co-products, which actually will improve the profitability of chemical production and polymer production. My presentation actually focused to present that it's very difficult to compete the conventional petrochemical products with only conventional fermentation processes. The other very important target is to develop different market outlets. The petroleum industry was very successful because it separated the oil, fractionated the oil in different components, so it satisfied the needs of different industrial sectors. This is what biorefineries should deliver. Should develop different products for different market outlets, for the chemical industry, for the food industry, for the feed industry, for the biofuel industry, producing biosurfactants, bioadhesives, polyurethanes, different type of products, so that based on profitability, based on demand, based on market outlets, the biorefinery will be as flexible as the petroleum refinery. And this will create the profitability and the environmental advantage. Finally, recirculation is the most recent approach to our environmental concerns. Recirculation provides us with the opportunity to reuse the end products over and over again, and especially if we achieve the chemical recirculation, this means that to break down the polymer into the monomers, this gives us the opportunity to recycle the monomers into new polymers over and over again. This creates a real sustainability. If we can achieve this even with petroleum derived polymers, this is also sustainable. If we can create a loop of regaining the monomer from the polymer and using that over and over again without using any new petroleum derived resource, this could be also sustainable. That's why we're talking about circular economy and not only of circular bioeconomy. So actually circular bioeconomy in the beginning will be part of the circular economy. And in the future, we will target the bioeconomy to be the major industrial aspect in our societies. So that's why, and how all this can be tackled. We need to develop through universities, research centers. We need to train young researchers. We need to train young entrepreneurs with the principle of bioeconomy and circular economy. We need to train young students in first degrees, in master degrees and PhDs in order to be able to understand the biomass principles, the biorefinery engineering, the bioprocess development, or the chemical process development, and also the sustainability aspects to develop the expertise in process systems engineering, in posting and life cycle assessment, and also social life cycle assessment, in order to have the workforce that will be recruited by the future bioeconomy.
Thank you, Professor Apostilis. I'm going to ask Andrew and Professor Guilherme Carneiro to open the camera and then ask the question to Professor Apostilis. Professor Andrew?
Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Apostilis, for a very interesting talk. More and more we're hearing about circular economies, and my question for you is perhaps more philosophical. Clearly, you've demonstrated that we have a good understanding of the science. So for me, what is your perceived largest barrier to this, circular bioeconomics taking over from the current economic model? What are the barriers to that?
The barrier is actually the competition. Is the same barrier that societies in the past have faced when a successful industry was replaced by a new industry. For instance, petroleum was not always around to be used for chemical production. At the beginning, it was very expensive. So it gradually became cheaper because chemistry was and mathematics were combined to create chemical engineering. And so chemistry and mathematics were used to develop distillation processes, separating different fractions and identifying the market outlets that will provide the highest profitability. And after more than 100 years of petroleum exploration and refining, now the petroleum industry is a dominant industry because it took advantage of the advantages of petroleum, which is a liquid raw material. It can be transported in big distances. It's very high concentration in carbon, so it's an excellent raw material, but it's not sustainable. So the problem we're facing now is to stop the industry and society from selecting the easiest option, because at the beginning we were using wood, then we're using coal, then we're using petroleum. So actually, the choice of raw material was made based on the better option. Now we have to go back 150 years ago when we were using wood or biomass. So this is not an easy choice. So the problem is competition, efficiency, cost competitiveness, but the driver we have is actually sustainability, is the environmental burden, is actually the cultivation of land that cannot be used for the production of chemicals and fuels. So we need to create more sustainable options in order to produce the products, either to replace petroleum-derived products or create functional products. The second driver is actually, this has been created by the pandemic, but also is related to the economic crisis. In Greece, we have faced economic crisis. Brazil has faced economic crisis. The pandemic will create economic crisis. So bioeconomy actually is a way of investment on new technologies, investment on new expertise, so the universities can contribute in developing this expertise and train people that will be part of the bioeconomy. So actually, the competition nowadays will create a driver for the new bioeconomy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Apostilis. Then we have one question from Tarcísio Correia. for you, Professor Apostilis. What do you think of data availability of renewable feedstocks available in Brazil regarding economic and environmental performances?
Actually, Brazil and South American countries is actually the Middle East of the bioeconomy era. So the way that the Middle East evolved at the beginning of the 20th century, because this was the place that has such a high reserves, petroleum reserves, that is so cheap to explore. Brazil is actually a country with a huge renewable resource reserve for renewable resources. Data is actually finding data for assessing the potential of biomass refining is not easy. Actually, you saw one of the examples that I presented earlier. We have used statistical data from the European Union. I'm sure that such statistical data are also available in Brazil for raw materials that are available in Brazil. I could, for instance, mention some of them. Brazil has the most important orange juice production industry in the world. Has very important breweries like Ambev, pulp and paper industries, different kind of palm cultivation, coffee plantations. Municipal solid waste is also, the organic fraction of municipal solid waste is available in Brazil. We're talking about a country with a population of more than 200 million people. So all these raw materials, all these feedstocks are available in Brazil. So the way forward is to identify the components that could be extracted from these raw materials and develop biorefinery concepts that could be that will be viable not only economically but also environmentally and socially within Brazil.
Okay, Apostilis. Andrew, do you have more time for one or two questions or not?
I don't think we do, actually. I think time's short, so
Okay.
Thank you, Apostilis.
Apostilis, thank you. And just to see that Nélio Machado from Public Work and at University of Brasilia, congratulations. He gives congratulations for the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro for being held for this very important international conference. So, congratulations, Apostilis. And congratulations, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro also.
Yes, also.
Thank you.
Yeah,
if they want to leave the questions in the chat, so we pass to Apostilis to answer after, okay? So
nice.
Agora vou retornar novamente à língua portuguesa, né?
Now I'm going back to my mother tongue, Portuguese, and we will begin the second part of our session with the talk by Professor Ana Laura, and then we will have a presentation by our students to share with us the experiences they had at universities abroad. I would like to introduce Professor Ana Laura. Are you there? Good morning. In other words, good afternoon. Professor Ana Laura works in electronic art, bioelectronic art, at the National University of 3 de Fevereiro. recently she was awarded Ethel Robotic Arts. And congratulations, Professor. And she came to work here with us at the Fine Arts School as a visiting professor with a Caminski grant. And she will tell us a little bit about her experience with robotic art.
Well, I will speak in English. That I feel.
Eu vou falar.
First of all, thank you for the invitation for Desirable Tomorrow. I thank you to Cap Spring for this opportunity that was really great. I will share the screen to show a bit about the experience.
You have to click in the green, yes.
I think it is okay. Can
Yes.
you see my screen?
Not yet,
No?
but you have it again. Try again.
Yes. Now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would like to share my research that is called Articulation between Biomaterial and Electronic and Robotic Art from Social, Ancestral, and Sustainable Approaches. I am very interested in thinking about different kinds of material and biomaterial to change some practices in our field in electronic art. And in the research, I started with two questions that I would like to share because they were the main point of this project. One of them was, is it possible to change some of the materiality we use every day in our artistic practices to make them more sustainable? And the other one is, could we embrace our ancestral roots and the powerful Brazilian ancestry to update them for making new materials to apply to the technological project of art? And according to that, I started to research and to make territorial studies in Jardín Botánico, Rio de Janeiro, and I started to look for some materialities that can be used for make biomaterials and to keep the relationship with the history of Brazil. For me, it is very important to rethink the property of the material we use and create, because each one of them express something. They express history, power relationship, and colonization discourses. So material can be thought as nets, which link times, ideologies, and identities. And if we work with living beings for creating material, we're working together with other species. I work with different kinds of bioplastic, with biocomposites made with living beings, for example, with mycelium and different kinds of mushrooms, with kombucha too, that is a kind of mushroom, and different colony of microorganisms that can be used to get as a kind of jelly, and that can be dry in order to use for different kind of things, in my case, in the field of art. And according to that, I started to work with this kind of species that I found in the park and in the surroundings of Rio, where I was working. And I focused my research in the cupuaçu, in the abricot de macaco, and in some others like buriti, monguba, cambusi, and iroba, that are different kind of ancestral things, because they are used in the medicine, in science, in different fields in different parts of Brazil and in the rest of Latin America. According to that, I started to make different kind of processes, techniques that allow me to get the raw material to start to make my materials. I work in Nano, in Nano Lab, that is part of the University of Rio de Janeiro, with Malu Fragoso and Guto Nóbrega, that they allow to connect this part of my research of biomaterial with different kind of sensors and electronic devices in order to things in replacing the material we use daily in our practices. For example, in the university, they were working with soft robotics, and it's a field that use lots of pollutants because they use oil derivatives, they use plastic, they use silicone rubber, and I wonder in this day if this biomaterial was the second stage I could use for replace these pollutants things. So the results were very successful, and of course that there were lots of limitations because I am using compostable materials, and they have different kind of properties according to the resistance and according to the fibers. And I did later a different kind of textiles and clothes with different experimentation and with digital fabrication. And then I made some robots with my college at the university here in Buenos Aires, Universidad Nacional de 3 de Febrero. And the robots are have a rich relation with the desirable tomorrow, because I consider they are like new species of this Anthropocene in which we are modify our territories, and they are made with the same territory because they are made with the bioplastic, and also they are made with some living organism, like in this case that is a robot which has a little mushroom in a capsule that works like a brain in the robot, because the mushroom guide to the device to the different places according to the condition the mushroom needs. So I like to make this kind of connection between nature and us, that we are nature too, and so to break this kind of cultural separation that we are used to consider. But if we think in the ancestral thinking, we realize that there is no any nature to think about. So in all these examples, we can showing this kind of materiality, because, for example, the legs are made with mushroom too, with a technique that is called mycelium. And I would like to share others. For example, this one that is that was made with hair too. That is a very nice materiality and ancestral materiality that could be seen with other connotation. And I would like to share some others because I gave some workshop in the university too to democratize this kind of technology in order to make this connection. For example, this one is a prototype of an Arduino that is a technology, an open source technology that we used to use in all these kind of electronic projects that allow to sensor different kind of things of the territory, for example, and we can programming and then to put some actuators in order to make it react. And in this case, I decided to use biomaterials instead of using the technology that we used to use with acid that is not very sustainable to make this this hardware. And then this one was used for other projects. And in the workshop I gave at the university, we made an incubator, a do-it-yourself incubator with very low technology that allowed to grow, for example, bacteria, mushroom, microorganisms. To the student, for example, there was a student that was working with mycelium too, that I will told you something about that later, but you need to grow biomaterial with mushroom and organic substrate. She made some honeycombs for wild bees, and she used this device that we wrote at the university for this kind of technology, because as artists, we have lots of problems in America in general to work in labs, in scientific labs, for making pieces of bioart and pieces of bioelectronic art too. So I think that these devices allow to democratize knowledge, because we can make in artificial ways some growings of these kind of materialities. Other workshop I gave at the university was to build some robots. We consider it like a poetic tool to say something. So the students use different objects they have in their houses, in their daily life, and they took it and they re-signify in order to say something about the territory, about the condition, about the things they would like to express. And the mycelium, that is the biomaterial that I work with, is this net of filament that it's called IFIS. And if we manipulate this kind of material, living material, we can have different kind of objects and part of the robot, for example. I will show different parts of the processes. For example, this is when the mushroom starts to eat the substrate that you have to use. For example, I use different parts of the material that I got in the surrounding of Rio and in the park, in the Jardín Botánico, to put the mushroom over it, and then the mushroom eats this kind of substrate. And when the time passes by, the mushroom starts to grow, and they need a material, a very strong material, and you can use for a lot of things. For example, architecture, textile, furniture, different kind of things. Only with mushroom, that is a very, very good material, because it is fire resistant, waterproof, and it has lots of properties that can be used in social uses. And well, the last images that I would like to show that are part of some of the art projects that I made after the research in the park and in the research of Rio. Was with mycelium too, and it was with different kind of electronic devices that allow me to make like a microsystem and a control environment to allow the mushroom grow after the process of fructification. So I make some object with this mushroom that I could get there, and then I reproduce it and I use it for growing pieces of art. And well, these are some pieces of art, and this was the last one, because I think that I am on time. That it's an electronic device that I use to walk through the city, that allow me to get the pollutant of the environment, the pollution, the gases, for example, and the microparticles that are in the same air that we breathe. So in this case, I make this backpack that I put a mycelium filter inside and different sensors to know which kind of gases we are breathing when we are walking. Then I recollect all these filters, and each one of them have different kind of color according to the place that I walked, for example, or in some of the of these I don't remember the word, but in all this work I take some pollutants, so each one of the filters have different kind of green color. So in this image, you can see that I have like a clock that is a device that allows me to know the gases in the air in that moment. So in this case, I propose a way to consider the air like political things to think about, because we are always going through the city, and we don't know which kind of things we are taking from the air and putting in our bodies. So it was like a way to extend my biological capacities to be able to show these particles and the quality of the air. Well, thank you, and well, I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Professor Ana. It's amazing, your speech. I really like it. And for me, it's very, very interesting to see Brazilian biomaterials from our biodiversity together with robotic and art. It's perfect. Thank you. Very nice presentation.
Thank you.
I have one question, time for one question. I ask from... Well, Nélio Machado, for you, okay? Can you recommend a list of registers of more sustainable materials for our day-to-day local lives? Can you recommend a list of register of more sustainable materials for our day-to-day local lives?
At least I can show you, I can share by mail if you want, but all the things that I use for the biomaterial are compostable. For example, I use different kind of, I don't remember the word in English, but it's starch and different kind of jellies that I mix with the...
Amido.
Yes.
Almidon.
Almidon, yes. Starch, thank you. That I mix with the fibers or the fruit that I use a lot the processor to have a good material to mix with these kind of things. But the starch is one of the things that I use for the biomaterials, and the gelatin too is another one that, for example, you can use agar-agar or algae, and well, for example, the fruit, fruit of macaco that you have in lots of squares. It
There's
can
not
be,
translations.
There's no translation.
No translation for that.
I don't know. Of course, they have to be a specific name in English, but I really don't know. But this kind of fruit have a special substance that you can use to make beautiful biomaterials, and you can change the color because it have like a bluish coloration. But well, it's very toxic. You need to use a mask because the fruit have a horrible smell, really. But you can use it for bioplastic, and the texture is very good and it's very flexible. So I think that this one was the best for me in my experimentation in the university to work.
Okay. Professor Ana, congratulations again. The people like very much. For instance, Ana Célia said that the future is now, as you can see by the panelist presentation. So very nice. Art and technique together. Perfect. Thank you.
Denise.
Congratulations for you and for our School of Fine Arts in Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigada.
Obrigada.
Denise, você está sem som.
Eu faço isso. Eu sempre faço isso. Bom, eu vou passar agora para os alunos, porque acho que a gente não tem tanto tempo assim, senão a gente vai acabar entrando na outra sessão, né? Então, eu vou chamar a estudante de doutorado do curso de pós-graduação em Engenharia Química da Cópia, Cyntia. Ela vai nos contar um pouco da sua experiência na Universidade Católica de Portugal, no tema poluição ambiental por disruptores endócrinos. Cyntia, por favor.
Olá.
Olá,
Estão me
Cyntia.
ouvindo?
Sim, perfeitamente.
Eu vou compartilhar, então.
I'm going to share my screen here with you. Chemical engineering from the university in Portugal that Cyntia will be telling us about. The language was changed. Apologies for that.
Estão enxergando, né?
Can you see?
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Cyntia Eli. It's an honor for me to present the work I developed during my sandwich doctorate at the Catholic University of Portugal. I was there between December 2019 and July 2020. The work I developed, the paper I developed, treated simulated wastewater amended with an endocrine disrupting chemical mixture by an aerobic granular sludge sequencing batch reactor.
Alguém está com o microfone ligado, por favor?
Does anybody have their microphone on?
Andrew?
Somebody has the microphone on. It's always providing problems. Now, what's that? It's really weird. It's like water, large water droplets echoing. Can the technical team? Okay, lock the microphone. I think we're okay now. Yeah, I think we're okay. Thanks. So, as I was saying, pollution of water bodies is still a very concerning issue. In the last few years, we have also seen a rise in endocrine disrupting chemicals in streams. Even in small concentrations, micro and nanograms per liters, these products can cause serious problems to the water ecosystem, such as elimination of some water organisms. Sanitation in Brazil is still a great challenge. Only 46 of domestic wastewater generated in Brazil is treated, and out of that, the treatment plants, the effluent treatment plants are still inefficient to remove the contaminants because they were projected to remove only organic materials and nutrients. One technology which is very promising is the aerobic granular sludge, because it has many properties that make it more attractive when compared to conventional biological systems, which are the ones used at the treatment plants here. Within these features, we can think about the good settling property of biomass, high biomass retention in the system, and thus it is possible to support high loads and toxic substances. In Portugal, this technology is already widely used and well used. However, not in Brazil. We have a treatment plant that uses this technology in Deodoro that uses aerobic granular sludge in Deodoro, but it's not very well managed, the plant. In addition to that, the Portuguese research group work with mainly with microbiology, so they use a bacterial strain that is a specific strain which is isolated to remove pollutants and add this to a reactor. So here we have two pictures of the operation system. Basically, you see here the reactor, a cylindrical reactor. It's settled here anaerobically. It goes into the reactor. Here we can see how the biomass is formed, which are microbial agglomerate bundles, which become firm and comprise thousands of microbial units. In this picture here, we have the aeration phase, where the biomass comes into contact with the liquids and will remove the pollutants. The objectives of my study were to assess the removability of AGS for the treatment of some emerging contaminants in saline wastewater influence. Salinity is also very important vis-a-vis the affection of microbiota. Saline effluents can be found in coastal areas where they use for the flushing and in the treatment plant and the plant, to determine the relationship between the adsorption and biodegradation. And also another objective was to evaluate the effects of the selected EDCs on the reactor performance and biomass health. So some composites that we studied were estradiol, which is a natural estrogen produced naturally by women during the menstrual cycle. 17-alpha ethanyl estradiol is synthetic, found in birth pills, and bisphenol A, found in plastic. They were contraceptive pills, the second one. So these were also found in the effluents and the rivers, the water rivers, in high concentrations. As a result, we saw that estradiol, which is the natural estrogen, was totally biodegraded between 80 to 60% in the anaerobic phase, and the rest was biodegraded subsequently, which is the aerobic phase. For ethyl estradiol, which is a synthetic estrogen, no biodegradation took place, but in the absorption, it was observed. So it was absorbed in the biomass and then absorbed and liberated, released into the liquid. For BPA, we observed biodegradation of this composites, especially after the bioaugmentation process with the degrading bacterial strain. So after the bacteria degraded the composite in the reactor, its removal rate was increased. After organic matter removal, there was no significant effect, and the activity of ammonia and nitrite oxidizing bacteria did not seem to be inhibited. With regard to phosphate accumulating matches, the activity was affected. Through biological molecular biology, we could see that a very diverse bacterial community took place, which allows for greater removal of the composites. So in conclusion, this work is very important, for it can provide support for the implementation of this technology in real effluent treatment plants, since in Brazil it has not yet been implemented. So I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and especially CAPS Print for funding the work. Thank you, Cyntia, for your presentation. I will now move on to another presentation because we're a bit strapped for time. Then I'll open for questions, okay? Congratulations on your presentation. Thank you. Now I will invite Carolina Sanz from the postgrad students in new material metallurgical energy studies. She will tell us about her experience at the University of Michigan in the nanoparticles. Right. Hello. Can everybody see? Okay, good. Good afternoon to all. As Professor Denise said, my name is Carolina. I am a dentist by graduation, and nowadays I study the biometallurgical material engineering. I'm going to talk to you about some of what we do. Since the master's degree, I have worked in diverse areas such as the engineering cycle combined with dentistry, and I am forming partnerships with national research centers, the Michigan University Dental School, where I took part in my doctoral sandwich course. So it's such a heterogeneous group as we see here, showing so much different work. We can ask, how can membranes reinforced with nanoparticles for guided bone regeneration and drug delivery can help to influence we've already talked about life expectancy of the population, etc. This aging has led to the use of biomaterials in order to regenerate and recover lost structures. According to the WHO, until 2025, Brazil will be the 6th country in the world in an aging population. And due to biological wear and tear, fractures, and other dental problems, dental problems will happen more and more. Aging also shows expressive changes in the organism, and the loss of dental structure also harms people's lives. So the question is, around the whole world, there has been joint efforts seeking biomaterials to try to improve the standard of living um, for people who have lost teeth, and aesthetically, knowing about this and knowing the world trend towards seeking and researching nanotechnology and nanomaterials, I decided to join these two areas. So my work was to include bioceramical nanoparticles in membranes and for control of bone tissues, using the expertise of my group in the engineering program here at the UFRJ, where I learned to characterize and synthesize materials, and the expertise, experience, and infrastructure of my Michigan group in animal surgery and in vitro cultivation of biomaterials. So this is what I did. The results are still being researched, and it's worth mentioning, since I'm telling you about my sandwich experience, the factors that led to my choice of foreign institution. The School of Dentistry in Michigan has the best dentistry center in the world. It's one of the 5 entities that receive most financing from UFDA and NIH, has some of the best lab structure available, from allowing me to work on my other research project. So helping, as well as that, my counselor, Masca Botilho, abroad. He is also a researcher who has grown and has grown a lot in the for the scientific community in bone tissue recovery, as well as increasing membranes and bioparticles. I've worked on 2 other projects who are almost in their conclusion and being published in international journals. We are gathering many results. I ended up working with many different people in other areas of knowledge, not just that I've worked from the master's degree, which is about residue recovery. I've worked in other fields that have got more and more attention from the scientific areas. During my sandwich master's degree, I had the opportunity to improve my knowledge in cellular culture. I started working with bacterial cultures, microorganisms, and in the case mice and other projects, and swine tissues also. I have increased my knowledge in many areas, and I can say that I was able to contribute to many areas, and I'm always seeking in science and research the best way to improve the quality of life of populations. I'd like to thank the UFRJ for helping me since I graduated. I'd like to thank the University of Michigan, who welcomed me. And I'd like to thank my program within UFRJ and CAPIS. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Carolina. It's wonderful to see you with such excitement here. Today, you are building tomorrow. Now, I will pass the floor to Marcellus de Moraes, who's a doctoral student in chemical engineering. He will share with us the experience in the Georgia Technology Institute in the US. Thank you, Professor Denise. I will also share my screen. Can you see it? So, first of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity of being in such interesting, participating in such interesting event, especially the first lectures. My name is Marcellus. I'm a doctoral studying and I'm a chemical engineer student, and I'm going to talk about my research project focusing on my exchange program at the Georgia Institute of Technology in the US. So my research project is on mathematical modeling and the control of crystal size and the shape in crystallization processes. Basically, crystallization is an important process in the chemical industry to separate and purify substances, and has various applications such as in the pharmaceutical industry, and as what I will focus more on in the food, chemical, fertilizing industries. And in crystallization, the mathematical modeling and the control of these processes is focused on the size and shape of crystals. And why? Because it is very important to enable at the end of the process that I make the desired products, the crystals per se, that are with the level of purity that are demanded. So the crystal size and shape have this impact on the efficiency of downstream operations. And specifically, we can highlight crystallization of pharmaceutical products, considering the shape of crystals, and the modeling of processes is decisive because it impacts the efficacy of the products. And also it has to do with the stability of the pills after processing the pharmaceutical product. So basically, I received a grant between October and 2019 and the beginning of 2020 because of the pandemic, and I went to Atlanta under the supervision of the Professor Mota Gruber, and her group is a very well considered group now because of the developing of mathematical modeling and control of the process. So with the collaboration and development that was enabled with the collaboration enabled by print, it was possible to develop a predictive model and that applied to the size and the shape of the crystals in the process. So we apply the method developed by the group of the professor to the systems here at UFRJ. So I'm basically presenting a scheme of our crystallization apparatus at our lab at UFRJ. And basically what we have, it's an image analyzer, as the picture shows. So the monitoring of the crystals, online monitoring, to reach my final goal to achieve the specification of shape and size, is done through acquiring images at every step of the process. Here, just to illustrate some examples of the images obtained through dihydrogen phosphate and potassium, which is a product that we used initially for modeling, the mathematical modeling of these processes. And basically, with through this collaboration, in addition to the possibility of attaching modeling to the experiments themselves, it was also possible for our group to design a new controller that is still in an experience in experimental phase to reach the criteria of size and shape. Basically, this is a state of the system, which is the mass and two medium sizes, L1 and L2, for example. And what I want is at the end of some experiments to achieve the specification of mass and size 1 and size 2. So I reach the criterion of mass as well as shape and size. And here, basically, I'm showing you some of the simulated results in the simulator that I was able to design together with my professor and her research group. Here, the green targets here are the end of the trajectory of crystallization, and until they reach the target. They are calculated based on a phenomenological model and attached to the goal. So I am able to calculate the temperatures that I need to run throughout the experiment to reach my goal. This is basically the same thing, the same the result, and how I can reach the desired targets. And this is just to show you the control, the design control scheme, which was what I did at the UFRJ group together with the group, Professor Groover's group. We were able to conceive a new control strategy for our case in crystallization here. So I say that this time, this time at Georgia Tech was decisive to improve my research. I was able to develop my controller and attach mathematical modeling, which was something I had been studying, and bring the two groups to get research groups together. And we are still counting on the collaboration by Professor Groover, and we always have this feedback on developing works. So the application of the technologies that will be very important to our unit of crystallization, and the crystallization of medications, for example. We can be improved by this research. And I would like to tell you just a little bit to sum up about praziquantel, because it is used for schistosomosis, which is one of the most neglected tropical diseases in the world. I think only malaria is number one, is more neglected than schistosomosis, and it's closely connected to poverty. You can see that on the map. The regions that are reached by schistosomosis, and this is really Brazil is suffers from that too. It's a disease of poverty. So what we would like in our group is to apply the crystallization of praziquantel to improve the let's put it this way, the availability of this medication, because today it's a very big tablet, for example. So for kids, it's very difficult for them to take these tablets, especially the children under these living conditions who don't have a lot of formal education or instruction. And to see the systemic mixture, and it's as if we had the same molecule as our two hands. Our two hands, they're this a mirrored image, so they're the same but different uh, with the mirroring aspect. So what we want is to apply the control strategies to the crystallization, to the R component, which is the biologically active, and to contribute to farm anginos, for example, and to be able to help the research to make this new tablet viable, where I have only the bioactive with size and shape that are predefined, and that our essays and studies will give this information, and this is it. And just to crystallize the R, I have to separate the R from the S. And at our research lab, we have a unit for separation here. And after the separation, I can crystallize only one of them. What I can say in addition to that is that during my time in Atlanta at Georgia Tech, it was possible to find the collaboration to other research products for pharmaceutical crystallization, and I was able to learn about, to contact other research groups related to my project. And today I am researching on polymorphic crystallization, which is a very common phenomenon in the pharma industry, and together with my reader, Professor Stephanie, whom I have the honor of being friends with today, and I was able to build a connection. It was really wonderful. She's also a researcher at the group. I would like to thank all of you. I tried to show a little bit of my work, and it was a very quick overview. But UFRJ is my life. It has been my life. I'm even moved and touched to talk about the university, because they've been with me since forever. And thank Georgia Tech and CAPIS for the absolutely key support to developing research in Brazil, and to my chemical engineering program. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Marcellus. A wonderful presentation. UFRJ is not your passion alone. It's the passion of many people. It's my passion as well, and it's the passion of many professors here. This is why we resist to all the attacks, because it is really deeply loved. Let's go to Maria Fernanda dos Santos Mota, who's a doctoral student in chemical and biochemical products, and she will talk about the Monash University in Australia. Maria Fernanda, please. Good afternoon. I'm Maria Fernanda, a doctoral student in the graduate program in chemical and biochemical processes engineering course, and my thesis is obtention of structured lipids. Talking about the motivation, the oils, the natural oils don't have a big use in the food industry. So we have to solidify it to use in the food industry. Traditionally, this transformation is done by hydrogenation process that changes them into the trans fat that is related to the risk of cardiovascular diseases.
Palm oil has been the main alternative, this hydrogenated vegetable fat. Palm oil, in specific conditions, it can be broken down, creating many other byproducts with different industrial applications. Palm oil is currently the most consumed oil in the world, and this growing demand for palm oil has caused the destruction of tropical rainforests and the destruction of the habitat of some animals, such as orangutans. And this fact has created a growing demand for foods that either are sustainable origin palm oil certified or do not have or have just palm oil. In Brazil, we have the Amazon region, and in the Amazon region, we have many oil-producing palm trees, oleaginous palms, that are not very much explored industrially. And in terms of research, there is little research with regards to our biodiversity, let's say, among which I can detach tucumã, which is native from the Amazon region, a palm tree native. Here in the cement and the pulp, the seed of the tucumã has 40% lipids, and the pulp and the skin can have about 70% lipids. An oil is extracted from the seed, which is high in lactic and fatty oils, oleous, carotenoids, and fatty acids also. There is a partnership with the Irituia Cooperative Group, and we have sought to characterize and point out possible industrial applications of the pulp and the seed. My specific doctoral thesis focuses on the oil of the tucumã pulp, and study the breakdown of this oil, as well as the composition, the chemical composition of this oil, and the volatile composition, if I understood correctly, which will be developed in the lab of my other advisor, which is the lab, La Roma lab. I started my PhD in 2017. My international partnership was with Professor Philip Marriott from Monash University. Professor Marriott is a reference in analytical chemistry, mainly in gaseous chromatography, and he has partnerships in many countries around the world, and has a very consolidated partnership with Professor Claudia Rezende, who has also mentored many students. My exchange period ran from October 2019 to September 2020. A few of the outcomes so far: our fruit comes from the Irituia. Oil extraction was through pressing. The pulp oil, we leave it to decant, and the top part that we called acid olein was deacidified, originating the olein, where we fractioned or broke it down at 9.8 degrees Celsius, generating two fractures: 66% of super olein, more liquid, and 33% of a more solid fraction, the intermediary fraction, as we called it. All fractions presented a high rate of unsaturated fatty acids. The intermediary fraction was analyzed in terms of its biological behavior and the present polymorph in order to evaluate the potential for the use of this in substituting hydrogenated vegetable fat. and results were promising in terms of the ideological performance. It was actually higher than we expected. Now, about our foreign outcomes, as Professor Marriott is a reference in this field, my exchange program was to carry out part of the analyses. Unfortunately, some of the experimental results were hindered because of the pandemic, but during this period, Professor Philip Marriott invited me to write a review with his group of researchers, and it was published. So, as my contribution to a desirable tomorrow, I have greater dissemination of Tucumã, the Tucumã fruit, and I hope that my thesis can be used for possible industrial applications of this oil. I'd like to thank Capsprint immensely and Capis for their scholarship here in Brazil and the scholarship abroad. I'd like to thank Monash University and the UFRJ, and I'd like to thank very much my polygraduation program, and my thank you, of course, to my advisors. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria Fernanda. Looking at all these panels and presentations, we see that science has no area. We are more and more mixing all areas of knowledge. In the future, we will mix biology, chemistry, mathematics, medicine. That is the future. You have shown that. This ability to interact in many areas of knowledge. Cyntia with the disturbing endocrines, Carolina with the bone structure issues, Marcelo in the pharmaceutical crystallization, some of them neglected, and you in the area of foods and the possibility of using our biodiversity oils that can bring many, which can add a lot of value to this marvelous raw material to us Brazilians. Great diversity.
So I'm fascinated by the presentation of all of you, that all of you did. I think we was showing that we do have desirable tomorrows with the love of science that you show. So thank you all. Congratulations. I'm really happy and I'm touched, moved, because I am a professor at UFRJ and we have wonderful students. Congratulations. So let's go to the second part of the session, and I will call Ethel. Can you please all open your cameras and clap all the students we have? Thank you. Congratulations. And UFRJ also deserves that all day long. Today, the session will be led by Ethel. I will have to keep the same rhythm because it was a wonderful, moving session. I'm here at the Brazilian School of High Studies. It's a virtual background because I want to be here with all the panelists today.
It was so nice to hear from you. I know that you had a great impact now because everybody's just speaking and questioning everything at the YouTube. Maybe you get some questions a little bit later. E vou entrar então no assunto que diz respeito à segunda
etapa. Let's move on now to the second session, which is a relationship with equity and social justice, such as social sustainability. And they make so much difference in our lives to develop our research at UFRJ. So I will start by thanking our Rector Denise Freire, the research, the head of department. Thank you, Andrew, to the technical coordination, who's the technical coordination of print. And I'm feeling really honored to see that in addition to all the ones who have presented now, all the people who will present their papers right now and who are on the site, the website of print. So welcome all of you. This is panel number 4, and it beginning at 3:10. Building at the title is Building a Sustainable Future. The sustainable change. My name is Ethel Pinheiro. I am a coordinator, and I'm the coordinator of print.
Como eu falei, esse fundo aqui é o Colégio Brasileiro de Altos Estudos, mas como pesquisadora da arquitetura e do urbanismo, eu não poderia deixar de trazer.
As a researcher, I would have to say about the background. It was built in the moment of deep questioning in Brazil in 2020 for an international exhibition. It brought about eclectic sets, right? This one, it's mixed with my background at home. And it was a hotel, it was the house of university students, and it is the home to the Brazilian School of High Studies, where this event would be happening right now. And I decided to separate a point that is talking about science. Science today at this panel means not to look only at the product, but to society, to do science for society. And one of the guidelines for sustainability and methodological innovation in psychology, etc., is to face the crisis of the growth of cities in an equitable human way, which is something we have to think of with consciousness. So at the end of the day, we need science with consciousness. And what Denise said at the opening, but it was said also by Rabelais at the beginning of the Renaissance. And I will present the keynote speaker who will talk, who has a presentation called the Carpe Diem. What is
on methods? It is through science that a given situation becomes verified, through experiments, through life. Their approaches, whether documentary, historiographical, phenomenological, they all make the products of the science. Science has its laws, which are verified by methods. They are not the truth, but they seek the truth. They escape common sense. The laws of science are not the laws of nature. So science has to put things to test, and this changes the world. Science has goals, so you need to know what. It's verifiable. Theories that do not resist must be renewed. It is aimed at all elements must allow their reproduction. And science proposes, that is, denotes the contradictions. We have to be all the time dealing with the good or the bad. Science goes after facts and deals with them to solve problems. Having said that, I invite Ana Rubel from the Center for Sustainable Urban Development, Columbia University, New York, to speak. Carpe Diem, that's the title of her lecture, as a way of looking at the present and thus subverting, reversing, changing tomorrows. Ana Rubel will focus on one vehicle for change, that is the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. And they are a plan of action for people. They are a plan of prosperity. Drawing on the action, this research project that she calls Accelerating the SDGs, they are now in the third year at the Center for Sustainable Urban Development. And her talk will offer some specific ideas about the SDGs and how can they promote societal change and contribute to a more sustainable and equitable future. Anna is Bachelor in Architecture from the University of Melbourne. She's Doctor in Architecture from the University of Michigan. She's Senior Researcher. She works at the Center for Sustainable Urban Development, the Earth Institute in Columbia University. Anna is also a CapSprint research partner, a great friend of Vera Tangari, who works at PROAC, and she knows a lot about Rio de Janeiro and communities, the favelas of Rio de Janeiro. Anna, thank you so much for being here with us. I know you will carpe diem quam minimum credula posterum, which means we have to reap today and trust tomorrow as much as possible. Thank you so much. It's now up to you. You have to turn on your mic, Anna.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Ethel, to join this important and timely Desirable Tomorrow's International Conference. It's a pleasure to contribute to this panel on the urgency of societal change for a sustainable and equitable future. It is a pleasure to acknowledge our 3-year partnership with your faculty, and particularly with Vera Tangari. I come to this question as an Australian architectural educator who for many years has tried to connect social and cultural issues to architecture in studio and lecture classes, and to confront issues of privilege and disadvantage. This has not been an easy task, given that the architecture discipline is often more concerned with ideas of form, and architects have often been socialized into a profession that by and large serves a socio-economic elite. And yet they think they can probably solve every problem. In calling this talk Carpe Diem, Seize the Moment, I'm trying to register the need for action to alleviate and address our current circumstances. We are, it seems to me, at a pivotal moment where so much is broken, where so much needs rethinking. Neoliberalism, with its privatization, deregulation, overregulation of universities, emphasis on individualism and competition between people impacts all aspects of life, but it's especially tough on people with less and on the environment. I have divided this short talk in 4 parts, and I will begin with a question that is on my mind, and I will be very interested to know whether it is on your minds as well. I will briefly sketch out the circumstances that led me to ask this question. In part 2 of this 4-part talk, I will look at 2 well-developed frameworks that offer potential for societal change and a more sustainable future, and their relevance to design and planning professions. In part 3, I will review some of my teaching and research projects and some of the lessons they may offer design education. They all have at their core the desire for a more sustainable and equitable future and attempts to educate that reality. I am so very pleased to acknowledge the collaboration of colleagues at the Federal University and on our current project, and especially our collaboration with Professor Vera. So, and to finish, I will suggest a way in which we might move forward. But this is just a suggestion, and it's really open for discussion. I'm now going to try and share my slides, and I'm not exactly sure that this is going to work because we had a little practice beforehand. Oh, really? I see that Ethel is looking optimistic. Let me see if I am optimistic also. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see. All right. It looks like we might be in
Hey.
Hold on, don't get too excited. View, full screen. Okay, and there we go. Fine. Okay, so carpe diem, seize the day, curta o momento. I don't know if that's correct in Portuguese, but it's a sort of dramatic way to begin a talk. It's working. Oh, good. And so I'm going to lead straight into from what I've just sort of outlined in my little introduction. And this is the question that has been on my mind. And the question is at the top, is this a special historical moment? We have climate emergencies, we have democracy emergencies, we have inequality emergencies, we have information emergencies. And there's a bunch of overlapping crises that you could say are economic inequity, coronavirus pandemic. And if indeed this is a special moment, do we need to rethink roles of the design professions in education? And if yes, how? And that's no easy task. So coming to, is this a special moment? Let's think about youth. Young people are demanding and creating social change. They have lost faith in adults. And I'm sure you're all very familiar with the young person in this photograph, Greta Thunberg. And she has said that adults keep saying we owe it to the young people to give them hope. But I don't want your hope. I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic. I want you to feel the fear I fear every day. And then I want you to act. I want you to act as if your house is on fire, because it is. And I am absolutely full of admiration for the Fridays for Future organization, for the thousands of people and young people who have joined this, for the Sunrise movement here in the United States, which has been such an important force in backing the Green New Deal. And here, as one of the many seen of these images, that our house is indeed on fire, and they're saying our time to rise is here. So again, the question, is this a special historic moment? Consider COVID. COVID, we know so much about it now, but broadly it's exposed so much societal inequality. It's revealed environmental justice, it revealed systemic racism. And here in the US, and I don't know about in Brazil, but these are all things we knew, but it has peeled them back, laid them bare. And I think now society is so much more able to understand these and to see them for what they are. It's very hard to close your eyes these days. And just let's look at a few of the aspects of this within the US, some of the racial and gender impacts. The graph on the left illustrates that the death rates have been much higher for Black and Indigenous people. The top right shows that women have had a hard time of it. Many more women have had to stop work, and this had the consequences of that. And then on the bottom right, we see that people of colour have faced much higher employment rates. So the whole question of a society that is divided has become much more evident. And of course, there's spatial issues, there's health, there's housing, there's access to public space. There are so many issues, transport, so many issues that have arisen. And of course, as all of this has happened, the wealth of billionaires has skyrocketed. And I call this obscene wealth growth. And some of our favorite characters like Amazon, Jeff Bezos, over this last year has seen a 67% rise in his own wealth. Others have seen even more. But again, asking this question, is it a special historical moment? Let's consider fossil fuels versus renewables. And if we look at the cost of dollar cost per megawatt hour of these different sources of fuel, take a look at coal, which has remained flat. Take a look at wind and solar, which from 2011 to 2020 has absolutely lost. So what is happening? Has coal finished? Is it just a question until the politics catch up with reality? And again, the special question is a special historic moment about economic models. And consider if we were to reduce our addiction to growth. And I think we all know pretty well that most of that growth goes to the 1%. And that really does destabilize society and the planet. And I've been very sort of interested in a book that came out in 2017 by Kate Raworth, an English economist. It's called Donut Academics. And what she has done is to think about what is needed to meet the needs of people within the limits of the planet. And this requires holistic, not siloed thinking. And let me just take you to the diagram on the right for a moment. I don't know if you can see it very easily, but the donut, the green space is the one that we really want to occupy. We have on the inner ring a social foundation, all the things that we need for a good life, from peace and justice to political voice, water, food, networks, people. And then on the outer ring, we have the ecological ceiling, beyond which we cause irreparable damage. So Kate Raworth's economics is to create a safe and just space for humanity that is also regenerative and a distributive economy. Now, what could this mean for the design and planning professions? How might education and practice priorities change? I mean, growth is very important to the design professions, the constant creation of buildings, of places. And yet this model is already being taken up by many cities. Okay, I'm now on to part 2. And I want to just briefly run by 2 of the frameworks for societal change. The Sustainable Development Goals, which have been in effect since 2015, is the latest kid on the block, and it started in February 2019 in the USA. And what I find absolutely fascinating is that this is a completely new social contract. It would be extraordinary if it happened. So let's just have a little focus on the Green New Deal. This is not my big focus, but it was introduced by the youngest congressperson, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and with Ed Markey. And it came about with huge support from the Sunrise Movement. And here on the right, you can see the Sunrise people are out in force. And what they were asking Biden, and everybody is so pleasantly surprised by Biden. Biden has become much more bold than we'd ever hoped. And they're saying, Biden, be brave, be brave. And this whole thing of change really happening, societal change really does happen through social movements. It's the young people, it's the pressure, it's the constant organizing that has been done. And with any luck, a lot of this may happen here in the US. Biden is pitching this jobs, 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 people, 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 planet, planet, planet. But it's the jobs that will actually probably get this through if it doesn't. Now, the Sustainable Development Goals is a much more established framework that was developed by consultation around the world. And here we have on this screen 17 goals that can really create a more sustainable world. There's also the New Urban Agenda. And I just wanted to sort of dive in a little bit to these and to say a little bit about them, that both were adopted by many countries. In the case of the SDGs, 193 countries. In the case of the New Urban Agenda, 167. And within the goals, there are many, many targets. And so we might ask, which goals matter most to architects and planners, and which goals may matter most to other people? Goal 11 is cities. Goal 13 is climate action. Goal 10, reduced inequalities, and so on and so forth. Goal 3, health and well-being. Now we need to put that together with code, with cities, with climate action, with reduced inequalities, all these sort of things. And the Urban Agenda, New Urban Agenda is interesting because it helps accelerate the SDGs, and especially Goal 11, which is make cities inclusive, safe, and resilient and sustainable. And I wanted, again, just to go into a little bit more into the SDGs and to take the goal that most architects and planners will recognize, yet when you look at this closely and you see that there's the various targets from 11.1 right down the line to 11.C, and then you line up the other goals, and then you line up the relevant targets, and you start to make some connections. And I think this is the power of the model of the SDGs, that is, it is asking us to connect. It is asking us to cross boundaries. It is asking us in the academy, I think, to be transdisciplinary. So now part 3 of this short talk. And I want to just review fairly quickly some of the action research projects that I've been engaged in over a number of years. And they are the Global Studio from the University of Sydney days, then the People Building Better Cities, and then Accelerating the SDGs, which I am so thrilled to have had the collaboration of your university. If anybody wants to see a summary of these, there's a website below. But let me just dive in a little bit to each of these projects. And what they really do is they trace an interest, a commitment, if you like, to first the Millennium Development Goals, which ran from 2000 to 2015, and then latterly to the Sustainable Development Goals, which are running 2015 to 30. So the Global Studio was an attempt to help improve the lives of the urban poor. And this came out of work that I was involved in, a task force, and we were for the Millennium Project, and we were asked, how do you improve the lives of 100 million slum dwellers? A terribly difficult question. And we visited a number of countries, including Brazil, and we were in Sao Paulo at one point. And we visited slums, favelas, tugurios, wherever they were in the countries we visited. And almost universally, I heard the response that the urban professionals don't listen to us. So the Global Studio was really a response to try and help urban professionals to listen better. We created a People as Partners participatory action planning model. And so we were interested in, as a key issue, how do you work collaboratively with communities? The People Building Better Cities is a traveling exhibition, and it was shown in 10 countries and 18 cities to promote dialogue on citizen engagement in design and planning. So you see through this whole sort of body of work, you see this whole notion, how do you get people involved? How do people become active? How do people have agency? And in that traveling exhibition, we're interested in new ways of communicating research and involving new actors in education, professions, and civil society. Lastly, the Accelerating the SDGs, which is still active, and this was to encourage people to take up the SDGs, and I will come to that a little bit later. But just in case you want to check out the People Building Better Cities, which also documents Global Studio, here's the homepage of our website for that. And as you can see, we started this in Bangkok, and the second stop for that exhibition was in Rio de Janeiro, thanks to Vera and her colleagues there. And we showed that exhibition for a month long. It's available if you want to see the exhibition. You can go up to the green bar at the top, and you can click to see the panels. You'll find it there in Portuguese. We translated this exhibition into 6 languages because we wanted to promote this dialogue on participation and inclusive urbanization, and we felt we needed to go beyond English. So let me focus a little bit on this project, Accelerating the SDGs. And this, one of the important parts of it was the local project challenge. I will just briefly outline what it is, where we've come from with this project and where we're going. It has been a 3-stage project, and it has been to try and encourage the take-up of the SDGs worldwide among individuals and groups in the urban professions, in education and civil society. And again, this has been something I have been extremely interested in, is to make sure one doesn't talk within the profession or the universities, and how do we have a wider dialogue. So the project has had 3 stages. We started off stage 1 with a survey. We call that We Ask and Learn. We then went to the local project challenge, which I'll detail out in a moment, and we call that Act and Learn. And finally, this is the stage that we're currently engaged in, which is how do you disseminate some of this material. So let's take a little look at the local project challenge. And here we created a website specially for this. And this, as it says, is accelerating the development goals worldwide. Now, what is the local project challenge been about? We started off, we put out a call for local design and planning projects that engage with the SDGs. And we did this to see whether people were, one, interested, whether they knew about the SDGs, and we helped them into this. And our aims were to increase awareness, but to create knowledge sharing and build a resource. We wanted to inspire people to action. And to our surprise, we received a huge number of projects. And these are all on this website. And you can see them. You can go in and look at these. You can sort by country. You can sort by whether they're civil society, educational, professional projects. And as you can see at the bottom left, we have a good representation of projects in these 3 categories. So let me just share a couple of examples with you. Here are some of the educational ones. The top left was from Ireland, and they have been working very hard to put sustainability right throughout their curricula. The top right is an interesting one and raises an issue which I think is of importance in architectural education, which is the notion of decolonization, of changing the conversation, of being aware of who you are working with. The Maori, who are the First Nations people of New Zealand, have always been objectified. And here their project was about how do you engage with the Maori as equals. I won't go in and talk about the other projects, but we work with school children on the bottom left and with the Danish Academy of Fine Arts. Some professional projects. And here were some, on the top left, an affordable housing project by some very prestigious architects in Los Angeles, an agricultural center by the architectural firm Arab in Colombia, and the bottom one, which is extremely powerful project, which was a medical clinic for Aboriginal First Nations people in Australia. And the photograph on the right at the bottom, I think, exemplifies some of what we need to be doing as we try and meet some of these challenges, these historical moments, which is to work very closely with the people that we are designing for. What is it they want? How can we help them do what they want? From Brazil, we had wonderful range of projects. And here are just some of the examples of the ones that we received. All of these projects are online and you can explore them at your will. One of the things that, in order to try and engage people with the SDGs, we asked them, we told them what they were, and then we gave them the targets. And there's 169 targets. And we asked them to select 6, which they thought would be represented in their project. And so here in this photograph, what you're seeing is a student project from Mumbai in India. This is, in the final resolution of this project, is an open space. And so this is the target 11.7, the city's goal, the 7th target. And the idea with this target is to provide access to safe and inclusive green and public spaces. So this is a very important one. And if we think about responding to COVID, very important, because it's been found, and certainly, I don't know in Brazil, but certainly in the US, that the access to safe and inclusive green and public spaces is certainly much more difficult for low-income people, for people of colour. And so we also asked that people indicate engagement with local communities and indicate their project partners. So we were looking for an inclusive model, a model that was not the usual architects working on a project and deciding how it would. It was much more collaborative. So at the end of this project, Vera and I submitted to the World Urban Forum a proposal to show this project. So we took it to Abu Dhabi over a year ago now, and we made a presentation which was accelerating the SDGs through the local project challenge. We were delighted that we had presentations of the work that was done in Brazil on two counts, from your university and also from the local organization Catalytic Communities. Just absolutely doing splendid work. And again, because we're sort of on a mission to try and get people to engage with these SDGs, we offered a People's Choice Award, and we put this out online. And to our amazement, there are over 7,000 votes, online votes. So we made an award for the People's Choice. We also had an international panel of academics, of professionals who made awards. And so we were able to actually make, I think, a good lot of awards. Now, what did all this amount to? We asked in a survey last July, and we asked to see what was the take-up of the SDGs in future work, and were people likely to take up the SDGs? Because if it's just a one-shot thing, who cares? But we were very encouraged to see that 100% said they were fairly likely or very likely to take up the SDGs. We also asked how many people, what the sharing of this project had been. Again, most had shared the local project challenge. And as we were in the midst of the pandemic, we asked, did they think it would be useful, the SDGs were useful or relevant in a post-pandemic situation? And again, a lot of people said yes. So those are the sort of projects that we've been doing recently that contribute to societal change and desirable tomorrows for designers and planners. So I'm just going to run through a few. So let's take the first one, the Global Studio, the people as partners model. Listening, trust, and empathy, I think, is such an important sort of thing too. Transdisciplinary approaches, very important. And we've always emphasized the notion of becoming a citizen professional, not just a professional, but a citizen who does that, who is also a professional. Action research underlies that project. So people building better cities, that emphasize new ways of communicating research. Again, action research. Accelerating the SDGs in the local project challenge. We were very interested in the sharing of knowledge, increasing the awareness, and again, action research. So to conclude this presentation, I want to put an idea to you and to draw on that and to think, looking ahead. And here's a proposal for your consideration. I've already had some conversations with Professor Vera about this, but this proposal is essentially, how do you actually take the question seriously that we're in a very special moment with all these crises? And is there a way in which we can actually honor the youth and their desire for change in ways that we haven't quite? Now, I don't know whether this is an answer, but it may help. So there's an organization called the Union of International Architects. It's the major peak body of architects, and they have their congresses every couple of years. Usually there's about, I think it's currently going on in Rio, actually, the current one, but there's usually about 10,000 architects that will attend. So I have been invited to be on a scientific committee to help bring the SDGs to the Copenhagen UIA in 2023. So one of the projects that I think would be a really interesting thing to do to try and sort of consolidate some of these ideas and to take them further would be to put out a global call for action research projects that embrace societal change and address some of these emergencies that I started this talk out with. And to highlight that transdisciplinarity is important, to highlight people and partners approach, to highlight circular and fairer economies, and projects that will explore and support the SDGs and or the New Green Deal. I think this could focus a lot of attention across schools, open up conversations between countries, between schools, to try and get more buy-in, if you like, for some of these frameworks. So the frameworks, I think the value of them is that they're an international language, the concepts are well understood, and in a way we can measure what they're doing. So that is an idea I'd like to put up for discussion, and I think we should develop that with global partners in education, the professions, civil society and government, and very much with the youth activists. So I'd like to just say thank you. And yes, let's not forget the house is on fire.
Thank you so much, Anna. The house is on fire. You're absolutely right. The world is on fire, to tell the truth. And so we are part of the world. And how can we engage? I have read so many questions just here in the chat. I'm going to give it to you so as to answer. I would like to say that I'm so fond of Local Project Challenge. And every time I get to the website to check, I discover something new about that. And so I think your work hasn't got to an end yet. And you have lots of things to do. Maybe you're going to get a Local Project Challenge Part 2. Or it's still on, isn't it? Yeah, but maybe you're going to suggest, yeah, maybe we can just join the other areas.
If you want to.
For sure. Well, Ana Célia Castro, who is the director of the High Studies College, she has just written here how to still engage in the Accelerating the SDGs initiative. Would you like to make the question, Ana Célia? Then I get to the other questions.
Sorry, you asking me? I missed it.
No. Oh, yeah, Ana Célia. She has posed a question. Yes. It's another Ana Célia.
I'll be back.
Okay, yeah.
I'm here also at the Colégio Brasileiro de Altos Estudos. Please read the question. I will not be able to find it now because it's there.
Okay, so I will pose the question. Well, Ana Célia has asked you, Anna Robo, how to still engage in the Accelerating the SDGs initiative, yeah, which was the second, well, it's still on, you're still doing it, yeah. The college, the High Studies College in Brazil, which we call Colégio Brasileiro de Altos Estudos, as an institution, would be happy to join it, as we do have some initiatives with similar perspective. For instance, the chair on sustainability, Berta Becker. This is one of the projects that Colégio Brasileiro has. So Ana Célia is just offering, maybe we can join.
This is really important.
Okay. Let's talk.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. No, I think it's a very good idea. And what we found with the first iteration was just the energy and enthusiasm that came from Brazil and from Rio for this. And I think that was really fantastic. And I didn't mention by name, but Bruno, you all know Bruno, I'm sure, Bruno Mendonça, who worked very closely with me here in New York on that project. And in fact, it probably wouldn't have got done as well as it did without Bruno. Yeah.
You've got the ginga, we say ginga, the ginga from Cariocas, to work with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was really brilliant, Anna.
No, thank you.
A lot. Thank you.
Anna, we've got some questions.
Well, I should just say that I think there's probably some sharing of values here, which is, I guess, I've always been a person, as an activist, and I think it's this it goes nicely in the university under the name Action Research, but I think it really is this question of how can you be both an activist and an academic and a professional? And it's not always an easy balance, but I think it also is what is so supremely rewarding in this sort of work, which is that you're connecting very closely with community, and you know when it works and you know when it doesn't. But it comes out of, I have a sort of background also, a lot of this sort of social thinking that I've done. Much of it was inspired by your brilliant educator, Paulo Freire. I was exposed to Paulo Freire when I was a graduate student, in part because he was in exile, and in part he was living in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And for me, these were very important discussions that we had about, pedagogy of the oppressed and the use of architecture as an oppressive tool. And I was writing my thesis on housing and settlement patterns in Colombia, in Southwest Colombia, and amongst African Colombians. And I mean, it was an incredible story. And he very much liked this use of the notion of architecture as a tool of oppression. And so this whole question of transdisciplinary, what can you learn from educators? What can you learn from the sociologists? What can you learn from the filmmakers? So when we did the global studio, I would have anybody come. So we had probably, many of them, about 12 disciplines. We'd have architects, planners, filmmakers, lawyers, all sorts of people. And I think that just creates a richness. Now, in some ways, we didn't do all that we should have done as really good academics who tick all the boxes. But I think a lot of that activist work has been very important. And I was very lucky when I was teaching in Australia that we had a wonderful group of people, many of whom would not be able to do what they do today because of, I was mentioning, the sort of neoliberal sort of regulation of universities, ticking of boxes. It's not safe to do this. You can't do that. And I don't know whether that's caught up with you as well. But I think circumstances have changed. So one has to look for the ways in which you can do things that you think are worth doing. Yeah.
This is also innovation, technology, creativity. Yeah.
Yep.
Anna, as we have a very short time now and we have 5 panelists, I'm going to give you 2 questions that people posed on YouTube. I'm going to give both of them together in a block, and then you answer the way you want. Okay? So the first one is from Celina Soprani. She asks you, how do you analyze the fact that countries have so many stocks of COVID-19 vaccines and some others have nothing? Is this an economic model? And the other question from Tarcísio Correia, what do you think of data availability on renewable feedstocks available in Brazil regarding economic and environmental performances? I don't know if this is a question for you, maybe to the other panelists. So I'm going to get you with the COVID-19 vaccine question. Okay, thank you, Anna.
Okay. Yeah, I did have a slide which showed the vaccines in more developed countries versus less, and it's a scandal. And you can see what has been happening in India the last couple of weeks, and it took a long while for the world to make a response. They have now, but you can also lay blame, if you want to lay blame, on the local. And I suspect the same would be true of Brazil as well. You have these authoritarian leaders who, thankfully, we got rid of the one here, but who did not really believe in COVID. So they haven't done what is the correct thing. So to analyze the fact of why there hasn't been enough vaccine, it's a little bit the same old story. The richer countries buy it all up, control it. Now they're having trouble distributing it here, but I am sure it will be distributed. So I think it's just the same old story. But this is also, you think, well, haven't we learned the equity lesson? Haven't we learned this? No, but that's why, I keep asking, are we in a very special moment where potentially we can learn it? We can learn it deeply, but I don't know. Anyway, I can't answer the other question.
Thank you so much, and it was so nice to have you here. We are honored with your presence, and stay with us a little bit. We are now going to show 5 panelists and that make part of CapSprint project. And so I'm going to get to the second part of this panel, which is inviting everybody to speak. Eu vou falar em português, os nossos panelistas agora, os nossos conferencistas
I'm
são...
going to speak in Portuguese now because all our panel members are from the CapSprint. What I will do so we can streamline our time, I will introduce you all at once, and then you can make your presentations in sequence. If we are able to go until the end with all the time allotted, we can ask the questions, okay? But as I said, we are now going to welcome 6 researchers, PhD students and professors chosen by the CapSprint team to represent the great array of great UFRJ researchers that took part in the CapSprint event as PhD sandwiches or visiting scholar programs, doctorate program in 2009 and 2020. We are talking about sustainability and equitability. So that is what we're talking about. The first presenter will be Professor Lilian Balmat-Emmerich, who is from the law school at UFRJ, and her visiting scholar program was held at the University of Valencia in Spain, and she's from the law school. There is international law. She has a postdoctorate. Dr. Andrew from the University of São Paulo, and specialization in globalization, master's degree from the PUC University, and researcher in law. She's going to talk to us about the challenges of democratic constitutionalism. Then Marta Pinheiro, it's my surname, in talking about the postgraduate program in the society postgraduate program. She held her postdoc in France at the Institut de Recherche Internationale. She's going to talk to her about disasters and risks. She's the main professor of the School of Communication. She's also a professor at the postgrad program at the Psychology Institute at UFRJ. She is here to talk to us about all her experience. Marta has many other titles. She has a master's degree in communication culture from UFRJ, PhD in futures, and she has her senior post-PhD, and that is what we're going to hear her talk about, the sustainability and social transformation. Then we'll have 3 students, 3 PhD students. Carolina Bonfim will talk to us about her PhD internship, and where she has metaphysics and logic chair. Sorry, Carolina, you're a professor, not a student. Carolina is an associate professor at the UFRJ philosophy department. Her postdoc degree was at Ottawa University, Canada, and she is from the Logic postgraduate program and metaphysics. CNPQ, graduated in philosophy, master's degree in and PhD in philosophy. With the title Power, Ontology, Power and Justice. Then we'll have César Paro, PhD student. He said he had a vocal program, so he'll show us our video. He is an educator and worked through the Collective Health Studies Institute with two universities during his PhD period, 2012 at the University of Copenhagen and the University of Zanzibar in Tanzania. So his work, which concentrates on Zika virus, but he also talks about vectorial control for children in a literature review in his work, especially and working as an educator to develop a thesis. Finally, we'll have a PhD student, Mariana Moreira, who is a PhD student in the graduation program of architecture, where I am at UFRJ, and she held her doctoral internship in Denmark, working with language bodies and redefining city spaces. So she's going to talk about the social arrangements in urban public spaces. She is an urban planner and architect, graduated, I don't have to say when. She works at LASKI, which is the lab, Subjectivity and Culture Lab at UFRJ. Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Lilian. Please, Lilian, you have the floor.
Good afternoon to all. I'd like to congratulate our rector, Denise Pires Pinheiro, and I also greet all of our colleagues on the panel, Ethel, Carolina, Mariana, Marta, and I thank our supervisor during our postdoctorate in the Valencia University. He is he's in the University of Valencia and also CAPS and UFRJ. We studied democratic constitutionalism to combat inequalities. We were based on the blockage by the popular action of these constitutional actions. In this insertion of the print, the internationalization process, it is in the line of sustainability and combat to inequality with the challenges of the democratic constitutionalism. This specific project of international cooperation has as a partner in the post-graduation program of the UFRJ and also the law school of the University of Valencia. The theme of these two is human rights, democracy, and institutional design in times of crisis, sustainable development as a form of growth, and combat to inequalities. The importance of this partnership has to do with the fact that these two institutions have to do with a combat to inequalities, and it has to do with the methodological aspect that tries to consolidate this approach and the improvement of our investigation. Our investigation carried out during a permanence in the Valencia University found a privileged space for dialogue, interaction with the students, discussion with the professors with long experiences in the themes. It was a very rich time period for the research, and we thank SCAPS for this opportunity. The goal of our research is citizenship and popular participation as a learning process for the university and promoting sustainable development based on the paradigm of harmony with nature and combat to inequalities. Creating an analysis that we did a long time of participatory instruments based on our constitution and institutional blockages that prevent us from deepening our democracy. The relevance of it has to do with our constitution from 1988, which had great work to gather information from many different democracies, but it has a density that is basic regarding the issues about popular participation. And in them, there are several parts that are still old and authoritarian. Many of the new ideas were not contemplated in this constitution because of the politics that acted in this constitution didn't want a greater advancement of rights because these issues were committed to the structures of the power and previous regime of dictatorship. And so the center part of the Congress blocked these advantages. The constituent was doing the possible work to form a new constitution using the democratic powers that still existed at the end of the dictatorship. And they ended up appropriating the typical pathways of the politics and preventing other advancements from going forward. But despite all of this, the text brought many innovations in cultural, environmental, political, and social rights. But it left aside some mechanisms that would be to allow more popular action for the building of or the formulation of public policies with a more sustainable society, more participatory society. The reforming power could and should be a channel to regain the discussions and formulate a more open democracy, open to participation with better instruments and tools, more regulation to this participation in the field of public policies to build a participatory public policy formulation and participation in the institutions that already existed. But this did not advance. It kept the blockages of the constitutional amendments. Many of them were about popular participation, but none of them advanced. We had many amendments, but they couldn't go forward. So the constitutional text in most of the issues that had to do with popular participation, there was a little opening for new participation, but in terms of infra-constitutional legislation coming from more progressive governments, and participation in public policies, the consultative character of councils, public hearings in the three branches, but always focused in studies in general and in the processes regarding the architecture of such participation and the institutional culture about this participation. Our investigation tried within this institutional research, most of all democratic constitutionalism, to confront the problems after the post dictatorship and bring the contributions to review this democracy, representative democracy of Brazil, to better understand the demands of sustainable development based upon the notion of harmony with nature. Our central problem in its different aspects is how did we implement the instruments of popular participation in this constitution, and what were the major difficulties that were promoted to give to prevent efficacy to the proposal for citizens' participation in a more democratic constitution. What tools would that be, and how were they promoted? How the reforming power acted regarding these constitutional tools and participation mechanisms, and what was the paradigm of sustainable development that is more adequate to participatory democracy. Among the theoretical results that we have reached with the research, because it continues, it's an ongoing research, there is a notion that the democratic constitution intended to have sustainable development in harmony with nature, and the search to have a constitution that has been called the Constitution of the Earth or a Charter of Rights of Mother Earth. We also learned on the idea of formatting the theoretical democratic aspect to regain the legitimacy in constituent projects within the framework of popular sovereignty and translate this into a constitution that would be more friendly to popular participation and both in both aspects, substantial and regulatory, and also look for other pathways and also have strong movement that should be based upon the paradigm of harmony with nature. This is one of the important democratic constitutionalism's paradigm, and it has to do with decision-making process of public policies to assist the needs of all the cultural, social, economic needs. And it is built from bottom to top. It is less state owned and more community based in more traditional knowledges of original peoples, indigenous people, epistemologies of the global south. It has an ethics of care. It defends solidarity economics. And it goes against the ecocentric that is less respectful to all forms of light. It is ecocentric. It's centered upon the earth, our common home. And also the political, juridical aspects fight for a social environmental policy with intercultural, interdisciplinary, and pluridiversalist, and is committed to democracy in a community way, participatory way, based on public dialogue and allowing free, conscious, transparent, and deliberative participation. It's upon the principles of equality with intentionality, the truth, solidarity, cooperation of democracy, and defends the intrinsic value of nature regardless of its use or a human value. The practical results of this investigation at the national level may be placed as a contribution to insert in vulnerable groups as effective constitutional subjects, because when you speak about their subrepresentation in constitutional processes, you can think of mechanisms to correct that, and also instruments to overcome this democratic deficit of the institutions in Brazil with the scientific theoretical support of this view centered upon the earth. In the international realm, our role and part of the support of the Declaration of the Mother Earth promoted by the group from the United Nations, and also back up this document with scientific knowledge about it. So, as the future scenarios and desirable tomorrows, we understand that we are going towards utopia. And this is done through the crossing of this developmentism towards a paradigm of harmony with nature that can be done when you cross human rights and the rights of Mother Earth. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Lilia. It was a very strong speech. I will be brief so we can hear the others. Since I started participating in the master plan of Rio de Janeiro, it was very important to hear that our common Mother Earth home is what is the fundament of all of this. And we are ruled by the Constitution, but it does not represent the needs of all our ethnicities, races, and diversity. So it was very good to hear your speech towards utopia. Utopia was the name that Thomas More created for his city. So at least it's a city, utopia. Now we will hear Professor Marta. Um, she will present now.
Oi, tá me vendo?
Can you see me?
Então, vou fazer minha apresentação, tá?
So I will make my presentation.
Tá, o som tá bom? Tudo direitinho?
Is the sound okay? Okay.
Bem, minha pesquisa...
My research, as was mentioned, first of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to participate in this event, which is marvelous. I'm enchanted with all the speeches today. I'd like to thank the UFRJ for I did my master's doctorate, and I had done one in 2015 to 2016, and everything I got from the UFRJ helped me and through CAPS in the project print that gives me the opportunity to come back to the census from January to March that was interrupted, unfortunately, because of the pandemic. So I couldn't conclude my activities planned. My research is environmental catastrophe, vulnerability, and social environmental resources. It's part of ACOS, its Sustainability and Social Change Agenda 2030 that was contemplated by them. This constitutes the themes elected by the Agenda 2030 in Brazil. The disasters present the magnitude of these events have grown very much in the last decades beyond the moment of emergency that occurs with these events. The disasters of the processes are manifested for a long time period and present different dimensions together, intertwined. Socioeconomic aspects, environmental, psychosocial, cultural, political. And so there are several dimensions that are intertwined in this process. The disasters in the planet horizon are as consequences of inevitable events that which is the transition, the social environmental transition and our modes of life. Therefore, according to the field analysis, we must understand the practices of the different actors present in these situations post-disaster, in processes of reconstruction, where you have local perspectives in order to deal with this daily life of this extraordinary situation, because they in fact are not really extraordinary, they're just different, they're quotes extraordinary. So in print, I worked in the lab of CERI, which is the Center of International Research, and I worked with a research group about catastrophes and risks. And as I said, I had been there in 2016. So there we had exchanged, participated in events together, and in this field of discussion of disasters and social environmental changes. In this project, we have an appropriate place to form partnerships about this issue, since one of the goals of this place is the progressive elaboration of spaces of cooperation where different researches can be done in the society and with a very varied characteristic. So this international network of research a long time and the exchange with researchers from all over the world through seminars allow us as researchers to displace and even widen our perspective. The research we are carrying out through a collection of case studies with different contributions from different people, and a set of these studies, diverse studies, where we can enrich ourselves with it. They are a great gain for the academic research. Besides this connection, I in ACOS, where in my nucleus of research, I have people who are doing masters, doctorate, and interns about scientific research about the issue, and I complement with my own research, and I make it a space for exchanges. For instance, artisanal fishers through Petrobras.
The rains in Petropolis, enterprising women in Mariana after the disasters, another group about organic plantations and rural settlements in Mossoró, agroecology in Minas, the construction of the southern port in Bahia. We start to see with all these cases, we start to see a set of surveys that bring up a view of Brazil in many small locations which can enrich our discussion. Although it's difficult to define a theoretical and comprehensive discussion, most of the literature includes approaches vis-a-vis social vulnerability, which assumes that consequences of social disasters are built based on global and local power structures, and also relevance, which views the capability of adapting to a crisis and pastes it, so to speak, more on individuals than the group, because the dominating systems end up predominating. From the 1930s, there was this conclusion that natural disasters disrupt things at a social level. So what do we try to understand? As people, when they engage, learn how to work among themselves, how this provided sense in certain moments, as well as the moment of emergency or the time of emergency. In my current research territory, it's in the mountainous area of the state of Rio de Janeiro, in the town of Teresópolis, which was destroyed by rains in 2011. Since 2016, I have studied the reconstruction process by population groups whose houses were destroyed, a lot of them losing also family members. I carried out local visits, interviews, made notes based on ethnography, reports, audiovisual reports as well. So it's a long-term work, because all we have to evaluate the population at many levels, individual, social, and to try to separate these sectors, and this becomes complex, but it makes the survey richer. As some of the results of this survey, more recent results, was a survey I carried out with the women affected, because in many field visits I made, I always ended up meeting myself and my group. I found women leaderships, female leaderships, cooperatives that were assembled, victim residents association. So I was really impressed by all this. When I carried out a cutout of these surveys with these women. These surveys, conversations, interviews were carried out among women of many ages and social structure. One interesting factor is that before the climate changes we have before us, the landmarks 2015, 2030 show us that women tend to be more vulnerable than men to disasters. First of all, because they have fewer material resources, have less education, politically marginalized, they look after their families. And in disaster situations, the women are the ones who take care of the children and the elderly because of their mobility, and sometimes are more susceptible to damage, according to the UN survey in 2015. According to other economical, cultural, and social factors, women are the greatest victims of disasters provoked by the climate, floods, landslides, etc. What research has revealed is that vulnerability and resilience, these two concepts that keep reappearing in all congresses, etc., they must be seen as dynamics, and they are produced in these environmental and social relations, and not as assumptions in terms of individual and social groups, as women, as being vulnerable or resilient. In methodological terms, and as I noticed, there is a need to be open to this field, more than actually going in and expecting the research collaborators would answer exactly what we expect them to, or according to our research path. And it is what has been happening. What people started to say, people started to speak, and some of them followed this assumed path. The group of women made a great effort to reinvent themselves, and composition through liaisons among themselves, family members, neighbors, associations, church groups, traditional knowledge, new experiences introduced by specialists, for example, about the surrounding areas with these new modes of organic farming, etc. What we noticed during the research was that these limits are very tenuous. These limits for discerning situations. What we saw was a quest for recreating and composing, in spite of all the adversities, political issues, governmental issues, and all within a background that is already there. This was very impacting as a researcher for me, to come face to face with a situation that I would not have been able to see, faced with so much pain and suffering. So all this happens as the definition of disaster, of people suffering and the costs. This is all under dispute as well, if you think about it. So if the women, in the case of this research specifically, if they are the ones most severely affected by climate changes, natural disasters, their vulnerability is not innate. It can be considered as a result of inequity, discrimination, gender inequality. In spite of these dimensions explored here, you can obviously, surveys can be local experience. I believe that the results can be efficient, because in spite of all the life histories of these women, the understanding was increased, not just simply to see women as powerless victims. They are updating themselves according to case studies in our survey into many communities, becoming agents of transformation. On the other hand, also brought up into question is the fact that communities are resilient within themselves. The case studies show that yes, there was a breakdown of elasticity of limit disruption. It's not just about capability to adapt, but to rebuild oneself over other bases, not just adapt. And it's also not an innate ability. This ability was built by seeking all these agents and types of support. So this task was not viable with members of community, official institutions. It's interesting to realize that as they acquired expertise regarding how to play the game, liaise with agencies, politicians, play around with knowledge that is built according to these movements and these actors. Then we notice there is these subjects, political people, actions. All this is essential for this post-disaster daily scenario. This research is still ongoing with many outcomes, but I had to talk about this aspect, which is more focused on social and environmental surveys. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Marta. Your presentation has a lot to do with the first presentation by Professor Lilian Baumann. Now let's talk about philosophy. Professor Carolina Araújo will talk to you about. Can we go up to 5 o'clock? Because then we'll keep the 10 minutes for each presentation. We can, good, okay. Carolina, thank you very much, Marta. Carolina, you have the floor.
I'm Carolina Araújo. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank deeply to all the people that put this event together. I'm very honored to be here. I am a professor of ancient philosophy at the philosophy department of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And for some years, I'm involved in the project Dynamism in the History of Philosophy, which is based at the graduate program of Logic and Metaphysics of the Federal University of Rio. This is a project with an international cooperation with the University of Ottawa in Canada and the Universidade di Roma La Sapienza in Italy. Recently, the project has joined the CAPS Print project, and I was in Ottawa last year for a sabbatical. So, dynamism in the history of philosophy may sound very obscure, but it's more interesting than it seems. Dynamis is a Greek word that means power, capacity, potentiality, or possibility. It expresses at once a causal and a modal idea. If I say that a power plant has the power to produce 800 megawatts, I say that the power plant is the cause of us having this electricity available. I also mean that it can produce 800 megawatts, but it doesn't need to. It can produce it. It can also reduce its production, let's say, to 500 megawatts. The association with a causal function and a modal function is what we call a disposition. A power plant has everything it needs to produce, but it can produce it or not, depending on other factors. So dynamis is a dispositional concept. It means something we can do. Or it means what something can do. The concept of dynamis involves 7 different problems developed along the whole history of philosophy, such as how does our capacities of perception and intelligence work, for instance, the problem of freedom, determinism, questions on possible worlds, the legitimacy of political power, and so on. My research is on the concept of power in Plato, with the main focus in the metaphysic concept of power and its application to the theory of justice. Let me explain this, beginning with some physics. What is an electromagnetic charge? It is a power. It is mind independent. It is a dispositional property. The atoms may or may not have an electric charge. The interesting thing about electrons is that from all the experiments available, they are a negative electric charge. And that's all. Let me explain this. The method to probe subatomic structure is Rutherford's bombardment. Applying it to exhaustion, scientists concluded that there is no substructure in an electron besides its electromagnetic charge. Electrons and quarks are point-like, structureless, simple entities, elements, which are nothing but power. This information challenges a certain metaphysics, in particular what the Aristotelian metaphysics that is very influential in the world. A metaphysics that understands the world as composed by substances, things, items. If electrons are nothing but a disposition, the most basic item in our world may be simply a disposition and not something that has a disposition. Can we imagine that the world is made out of powers instead of things? This is what a metaphysics of powers study. And this is part of what Plato, as opposed to Aristotle, thought his metaphysics to be. So now you ask me, what is the relation between electrons, powers, and justice? I say it is not obvious, but this is exactly the reason why this project is a part of the CapSprint project. The theme proposed by the Federal University of Rio to the CapSprint project is sustainability. This word, by its suffix, ability, refers to a power, the power of something to last for a long time. In the project, the sustainability refers to our use of natural resources. We are looking for our power to make our impact in the world long-lasting. And of course, if our impact in the world is destroying it, we are failing to have this power. So Plato thought about how human beings could make sustainable choices that would lead us to stable and long-lasting standards of action, producing impacts that would be in balance with nature, and moreover, that would bring about a stable form of politics. Plato thought our choices should be seen as interactions instead of actions based on our desire. Whenever I think my action is an interaction, I think my power is as great as the power of other agents involved in these actions. These agents can be humans or not. For instance, they can be animals or the environment itself. If the world is made out of powers, as we saw, these powers are in balance, causing the world to function in such a way, and our personal power is one among the others. We all act aiming at what is good for us. Plato insists that what is good for us is not as evident as most people suppose. We need to spend some time thinking about what really does us good and what is simply something that we desire. If I am looking for a snack and my options are a mango or a chocolate bar, it's pretty clear that a good choice is not the probably most desirable choice. Plato argues that what is good for us is what allows us to flourish, to develop our powers, and to enhance our quality of life. He's committed to the idea that we are basically powers to get what really what is really good for us. Therefore, we have to understand how our powers relate to other powers in the world, because our action is an interaction. Now we are in a better position to see how a metaphysics of powers grounds a theory of justice as a sustainable interaction. I am a just agent whenever my actions aiming at my flourishing are compatible with everyone else's powers to flourish. This is what I call cooperative flourishing. We are all operating at the same time, but we need to do it in a coordinate mode so that the general balance of powers shall not be destroyed. These are the ideas that, to my view, led us to reintroduce the concept of sustainability in the concept of human action, and more specifically in the concept of morality. They were long put apart, in particular due to some assumptions of the prevailing metaphysics of substances and of the modern metaphysics of subjects. I won't have the time to develop this point here, but it has to do with Hume's ideas that art is to be different from facts. So, working at the University of Ottawa in 2020, with the support of Cap's Print Project, allowed me to write a book on these topics. It's called Cooperative Flourishing in Plato's Republic, and it will be published in England next year. I'm also working in a collective editorial project on Platonic power with 22 other scholars from all over the world, best universities you can figure out, including our main partners, Ottawa and Rome. We will have an online workshop. Will be held in October in our graduate program, and to discuss our work in progress. And this collective volume shall be published in 2023 by a major international press. So this is what I have been doing, and this is how it matters to Brazilian universities to become more international. And it's of foremost importance to find clear answers for urgent contemporary problems that the universities are responsible to find. So I thank you all, and I'm very grateful for being part of this.
Thank you so much, Carolina. It was a pleasure to listen to you. Reminded me of something that Jayati Ghosh has just said last week in this event, when she said that the power of contributing to low-income families is the same as you contribute to the other ones, the 5% of the world, because what happens to them will happen to you on the top. And this is sustainability. When you think about the power of emerging or merging people. Yeah, it was really good. I thank you so much. And now it's time to listen to our doctorate students. I'm gonna ask César to start his presentation. Would you like to speak a little bit? Okay, he's just gonna do it.
Bons dias, boas tardes ou boas noites. Sou César Augusto Taro e é um prazer estar nesse espaço com todas e todos vocês para exercitarmos a conjugação em primeira pessoa do plural do verbo sonhar. Para sonharmos coletivamente os nossos amanhãs desejáveis, é fundamental que possamos estar em espaços como este, em que possamos construir este amanhã a partir do hoje, do aqui e do agora, da reflexão crítica sobre o nosso fazer. Bem, eu sou educador popular em saúde, estou finalizando no próximo mês o meu doutorado em saúde coletiva aqui na UFRJ, em que tive a grata oportunidade de trabalhar junto com as minhas orientadoras Neide M. e Miriam Ventura, e integrar o grupo de pesquisa do LIDES, o Laboratório Interdisciplinar de Direitos Humanos e Saúde. A minha tese de doutorado, ela tem buscado compreender como a educação popular em saúde pode ser concebida como uma tecnologia social, tendo como ponto de partida a análise de um projeto de extensão desenvolvido no contexto de um outro vírus que nos assolou em meados da década passada, o vírus Zika, e que culminou, dentre os seus diversos impactos, no nascimento de uma geração de bebês com diversas alterações orgânicas, nomeada por síndrome congênita do Zika. As epidemias que possuem mosquitos como vetores compõem o cenário epidemiológico nacional e global há séculos, sendo alternadas por períodos de controle, mas também de reemergência de doenças já anteriormente controladas, a partir da introdução de diferentes sorotipos do vírus, como tem sido o caso da dengue, ou então da emergência de arboviroses que não eram presentes em algum país e começa a circular nesse país, como foi o caso da Zika. Apesar dos diversos avanços científicos buscando compreender as arboviroses e anunciar possibilidades de enfrentamento, o que vemos ainda acontecendo recorrentemente no plano político programático nacional e global durante as emergências sanitárias é a adesão de políticas mosquito-centradas que adotam prioritariamente estratégias de controle vetorial químico e a criação de campanhas sanitárias. Assim, no caso brasileiro, no âmbito da comunicação com a população, a estratégia preponderante correspondeu à distribuição de folhetos explicativos e campanhas baseadas em mutirões comunitários em busca de e com o intuito de eliminar focos do mosquito. A estratégia, que é uma das mais antigas e difundidas tecnologias de educação em saúde, funda-se em pressupostos pedagógicos baseadas na transmissão de informações e na mudança de comportamento dos indivíduos. Ou seja, remete à culpabilização da população pelos criadores de larvas do Aedes aegypti e aposta na disseminação de informações como meio privilegiado ou mesmo ímpar para mudanças de comportamentos tidos como inadequados. Diversos pesquisadores têm chamado a atenção para o fato de que, embora a informação e, eventualmente, a mudança de comportamento devam sim ser consideradas nas ações de prevenção, a experiência prática tem mostrado que essas são insuficientes ou ineficazes. Considerando que a ideia de emergência, que indica uma situação de perigo, subjaz à noção de urgência, ou seja, de algo que necessita ser atendido ou feito com rapidez, indaga-se o quanto as ações suscitadas pelas emergências sanitárias justificariam a exclusão da participação da população para além de passivos receptores de prescrições. A partir da crítica, então, às práticas majoritariamente centradas no tradicional modelo campanhista de saúde pública, nós, o LIDES, iniciamos em março de 2017 um projeto de extensão que visava fortalecer as ações de promoção da saúde e de prevenção à Zika no contexto da sua epidemia, por meio do protagonismo comunitário. Então, por meio desse projeto, que foi uma parceria do Instituto de Estudos em Saúde Coletiva, da UFRJ, com a Secretaria Municipal de Saúde do Rio de Janeiro, nós desenvolvemos ações de educação permanente em saúde para profissionais de saúde da atenção primária no município, especificamente no território do Complexo do Alemão. Nesse projeto, a gente faz a defesa e a aposta do potencial da participação da população na saúde, inclusive nas situações de emergências sanitárias, especialmente por conta do controle depender também das ações territoriais e comunitárias. A gente busca exercitar o princípio constitucional da participação social na construção do Sistema Único de Saúde e o referencial crítico da pedagogia crítico-problematizadora e dos direitos humanos que pregam pela importância do engajamento comunitário. A partir da inserção de mestranda dinamarquesa nesse projeto de extensão de pesquisa, tivemos a oportunidade de estreitarmos nossos laços com a Universidade de Copenhague. Do Atlântico, então, eu vou para o Báltico, onde realizei o meu período de doutorado sanduíche de setembro de 2019 a fevereiro de 2020, com a epidemiologista Karen Scholler e a antropóloga Britt Tersboll. Na Escola de Saúde Global dessa universidade, eu participei ativa e intensamente de diversas atividades de pesquisa e de ensino que os pesquisadores ali desenvolvem. Devido às dificuldades de operacionalização do projeto de pesquisa que eu havia inicialmente submetido para ser desenvolvido nesse período sanduíche, eu alterei minha pesquisa para uma investigação multicêntrica em que eu já estava sendo integrado na equipe. do Báltico, então, começam as minhas conexões com o Índico. Eu auxiliei na construção de uma pesquisação que vem sendo desenvolvida na ilha de Zanzibar, na Tanzânia, que é a pesquisa controle de mosquitos com colaboração de crianças, cocriação de um currículo escolar por meio da participação comunitária. Nessa pesquisação, então, eu apoiei todo o desenho do arcabouço teórico conceitual, desenvolvi revisões de literatura, auxiliei na configuração do desenho do estudo e dos aspectos metodológicos e, especialmente, enquanto minha pesquisa do doutorado sanduíche, fiz a preparação do material de suporte para as oficinas comunitárias que estão sendo desenvolvidas lá, que foram inspiradas no arcabouço teórico-metodológico do projeto de extensão que eu investigo aqui no Brasil. Apesar da maior parte do período eu ter ficado na Dinamarca, acompanhando a pesquisa de forma remota, eu pude fazer uma visita de imersão na ilha de Zanzibar para conhecer melhor a realidade daquela comunidade, desde os seus aspectos sanitários, sociais e culturais, até os aspectos políticos e econômicos, o que ocorreu em novembro de 2019. Apesar do projeto de pesquisa lá ter sido temporariamente suspenso devido à pandemia do Covid-19, pudemos chegar a um padrão metodológico para a oficina, bem como já desenvolver as articulações com as lideranças locais, professores da rede básica de ensino, profissionais de saúde, universidades e o governo local. Inclusive, o Ministério da Educação local confirmou o interesse pelo projeto e já anunciou que os resultados dessa pesquisa serão contemplados na revisão curricular da educação pública do país. Nesse momento, nós estamos na fase da escrita de publicações relativas a essas revisões de literatura já desenvolvidas, bem como do padrão metodológico criado para atividades de educação em saúde. Para finalizar, partindo da minha vivência nessas pesquisas, deixo aqui algumas perguntas para nos provocar a pensar sobre como inédito viabilizar, para usar um dos termos do Paulo Freire, o amanhã que aqui construímos. Num primeiro plano, fica aqui a problematização sobre o clássico lugar passivo que é dado à população, que somente vem objetificando os sujeitos e não permitindo processos emancipatórios de humanização. Pergunto, quando deixaremos de reduzir os sujeitos a meros soldados de uma guerra contra mosquitos que pouco tem mostrado sucessos práticos? Num segundo plano, há que se pensar o quanto ainda estamos longe de promover processos de construção compartilhada de conhecimento, que articulem o conhecimento científico com os saberes populares. Nesse sentido, trago aqui a problematização. Que vozes têm sido incorporadas no diálogo que busca refletir sobre o hoje e projetar os atos criadores para inédito viabilizar os nossos amanhãs desejáveis. E, por fim, enquanto pesquisador das ciências sociais e humanas na saúde, há que se fazer crítica à centralidade que a biomedicina ainda tem tido nas pesquisas em saúde. Nesse sentido, deixo aqui a pergunta de como promover na saúde pública pesquisas com a comunidade, quando os financiamentos ainda têm priorizado as pesquisas de natureza biomédica e o desenvolvimento das tecnologias duras. Bem, agradeço a atenção de todos e estamos aqui para continuar essa discussão.
Muito obrigada, César. Seu vídeo foi muito claro, muito dinâmico, muito importante. Agora eu vou dizer uma coisa para você que nós percebemos quando avaliamos seu vídeo, a quantidade de fotos, a gente achou que ele vai botar todas aquelas fotos do seu trabalho realizado com todas as crianças, com as comunidades na Tanzânia. Eu acho que isso também é muito importante. A gente pensar que nossos doutorandos na UFRJ estão não apenas conhecendo, mas estão interferindo nos locais onde estão. Eu acho que esse é o objetivo da pesquisa, onde quer que ela vá. Então, parabéns pelo seu trabalho. Uma boa defesa para você. Mariana Valicente, a nossa última apresentadora, vai apresentar um trabalho, então, no campo da arquitetura e urbanismo. Está com você a palavra, Mariana.
Mariana, you have the floor now. Good afternoon. I'm going to share my screen here.
Deu?
Right, okay, here we go. So, Once again, it's a pleasure to be here, sharing more than a survey with you, but the experiences and the hope, which is the intent of this event above all. So I'd like to talk about the events, about my PhD internship in Denmark, and my research, which has the provisional title of Languages and Bodies in the Discourse of Slam das Minas, or Girls Slam, supervised by Dr. Janeiro. I'm going to introduce a problem here of my research. I work with gender relations and public spaces, gender, body, and public spaces. How bodies behave in this realm, and women's bodies mainly. And we can see two constant feelings of this, when we talk about women's bodies in public. There are sensations of fear and resistance, which would be a counterpoint to the sense of fear, because the mere fact of the presence in this environment, which is hostile depending on the time and area and points, it becomes resistance. So it's an analysis of the body in this place, in transforming this place from fear turning into resistance. And now we move on to the challenge, as has been said here about the SDGs. The fifth one, which is gender equality as one of the UN targets. How do we think about equity? And one among 3 women has suffered some kind of violence in Brazil. And this must be associated to the experience and the deprivation that has been a result of these feelings that women go through in towns and cities. Women have other perceptions of public spaces, times, areas. Sometimes they even refrain from going to certain places because of these restraints, as it were. So through this viewpoint, I show a conceptual scheme which can show a few basic concepts for you to think about the body and the space. When we think about bodies in space, public spaces, it's like cartography, mapping. How does this point behave in space and according to this space? And this relationship between body and women, we have the resistance as a form of existing in this area, in this location. And when we look at public spaces under the viewpoint of gender, when we talk about women, there is the concept of ambience, which is how the city is lived in, the city incorporated as an experience. So on articulating all these concepts, I ended up choosing the materialization of this resistance in women through their bodies in public spaces. We have the case of the Slam das Minas poetry event. It's performed and produced by women in public areas, and through the power of meetings, bodies and voices, they become a tool of resistance and use of that space as the poetry battles take place in these spaces. So there's an ephemeral feeling about this as well. So with this focus, I joined this international partnership at the University of Aarhus, supervised by Dr. Niels Arbertsen, who contributed towards the sociological side of the research. The research is within architecture and urban planning, but it commutes with other sensitivities that I sought in philosophy and art. So Professor Albertson was the ideal person to help me in order to delve deeper bibliographically and theoretically. I was able to join disciplines in the University of Aarhus School of Architecture through schools and discourse and seminars in Copenhagen, Aarhus and Aalborg as well, about how far this body works in public spaces. What would define this body as a body of resistance? I ended up seeking a lot of explanations in music, in theater, in anthropology, of course, and I ended up in a transdisciplinary methodology, which was mentioned very well here when one of the presenters talked about transdisciplinarity as a possible way out. So this method ends up being something that works in that direction. This methodology was created as part of a partnership provided by CAPS Sprint, where I met other PhD students who were also in Denmark. Thus, I was able to form many partnerships with phys ed, dentistry, and engineering. And CAPS Sprint, I think, went into that well, not just in terms of internationalization, but the transdisciplinarity it provides. So, Cyntia Hamadi from the Brasilia University works with people with multiple sclerosis. She was also running her research there in Aarhus, and we tried to map out these bodies in a poetic performance. So we cast our eye onto poetry, and we are able to methodologically test these bodies during a slam girls poetry meeting. This was very interesting because as I don't speak Danish, I ended up going to the event to represent the body, so to speak. So through images and videos, we were able to later to carry out this body mapping as a whole, and we were able to read an application protocol and the preliminary results we used. And in other situations, in the case of my research, I focused on Brazil because slam poetry in Brazil is very different from slam poetry in Denmark. Based on this method development, this is dissemination for the academic community in Congress representations, and this had a reaction in Brazil. The slammer Mel Duarte also took part, and we were able to read this resistance cartography through the pattern of body movements. They are obviously reflected in space, so through the body and the bodies affected by this performance, they end up conforming circularly around the body, and through this language exchange at that moment, a new ambience is formed in that area, in that space. That space changes and takes on a resistance characteristic. So without going on too long, according to what was said here, we have some future outcomes or unfoldings which we can call possible tomorrows or desirable tomorrow. So our current research, we are counting on the notion of this body as a transforming power to reappropriate discourses, territory, and experiences. We talked a lot today about equity. The representation of discourses become an important tool to reduce asymmetries, especially when we're talking urban planning and public spaces. We have to bring in the pandemic as this presence in space and the body in it. The body becomes the center of attention, and this discussion obviously rises, and this is a possibility for analysis and becomes a body for transformation or an entity for transformation of urban spaces. We can complement the ethnography, contribution to studies that think about working with bodies as a center, a unit of measurement, and also very important, since the analyses are carried out on bodies, in the pandemic they can be applicable and in groups at a distance or individuals in other cutouts. And it is an encouragement towards the reformulation of public strategies through demands and for equity and subjectivities, which end up interfering in terms of space appropriation, safety, quality of life, public health. So that is, I would like to thank you. I'd like to thank all the entities mentioned there on the slate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mariana. I'm well aware of your work. I'd like to thank you all here. And I'd like to invite all those who made the presentations to open their cameras. We won't have much time for debate. We've already gone over our extension, but it was excellent to afford you the time to hear about how your research is, how it is and where they will go. I think the tomorrows are possible, and we will fight to make these tomorrows possible and desirable. It's the work of and dedication of all these researchers here that is essential. Galeano saw written on a wall in Quito, he saw the following written: when we discover the answers, the questions have changed. The questions are being changed, and on we go. For the good of science, for the happiness of Brazil. Our research is global. What we do here interferes worldwide, and vice versa.
Thank you so much, Anna Rubo, for your kindness, for being here with us. It was wonderful to listen to you once more, and I thank Ana Célia, and I thank Denise. I think you would like to say something to summarize the section. Thank you so much.
Aplausos, Ethel.
Muito bom, muito bom.
A round of applause, Ethel. Great event. Everyone, congratulations to everyone. More and more you see the multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity and the passing from one area to the other. The boxes start to open up, the silos start to open up. Exactly, this is great, because the UFRJ, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, it has this in its DNA. It is diverse. We have to mix and interact. We have to always foment the communication between physicists, chemists, philosophers. This is not my area. I'm a chemist, right? But to see you speaking really moved me. Things, so much different stuff that came out and opens up our minds to think differently in a Cartesian way, just like chemical engineers. Instead of thinking just in a Cartesian way, we start to think differently. Chemistry is also action and reaction, right, Caroline? They must all be invited to the discussion we're going to have in the Future Substitutes event. They have many ideas, and our future will come from the youth. I don't believe in old people. I'm talking about mature youths like us. That's different. Ana, Hugo, maturity is in here, in the mind. Maturity is definitely in the mind. We are mature biologically, but youth is in the head. Great stuff. Love it. So for Julia, please stop recording. We have to wait for about 3 minutes for it to end on YouTube, yeah?
Tá esperando, tá certo. É maravilhoso, viu, querida? Muito obrigada.
Eu agradeço.
Thank you.
Olha só, gente, que privilégio ter visto os vídeos todos do Capsprint, viu? Me senti assim no topo do mundo. Eu falei, gente, eu não sabia a diversidade das pesquisas na UFRJ. E deve ser uma amostragem ainda muito pequena, porque tem a ver com quem enviou, né, os vídeos. Deve ser muito pequena.